You are watching the Inside Edge Network. Double A Anthony Alford alongside the man they call Moon, Eli Moon. We are so excited each and every single weeknight to bring to you a continuous stream of programming right here on the Inside Edge Network.
Absolutely, Double A. We will start at 8 o'clock sharp with the Daily Spiral. Autumn Chisholm bringing you everything you need to know from pop culture and entertainment and, of course, sports. And Autumn gives a very, very interesting take on a lot of things. We may get into it from time to time, but we love her, and you're going to love it as well. From 8 to 9, that's Daily Spiral, right into Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell. Your favorite afternoon show is Join the Evening Stream, and you're getting all your late-night news talk. Of course, Kyle has some strong opinions on the sports world and other things as well. He'll usher it in right into Inside Edge Primetime Double A. Chad B and I, Chad Bryan, we're going to rock out. We're going to do our thing from 10 to 11:30 now. We get an extra half hour. We get to cut loose a little bit, and we can't wait to get just entertaining, fun, and have a lot of great moments with you for an extra half hour. And then, of course, we hand the keys off to you. I hope you're ready to drive the Benz. But from 11:30 to 1, midnight run with an extra half hour now.
And listen, we going to be running. We going to be sprinting. We're going to be getting after it. Listen, the key to this lineup and the key to these shows, you're getting everything. You're getting entertainment. You're getting local community news. You're getting music. You're getting your top sports headlines. And if you're a foodie, I'm talking to you. You like steak. You like eggs. You like whatever. We have it all covered for you here on the Inside Edge Network across our stream. Dude, let me tell you, Eli, this is incredible to have this digital space, to do this every single night. People at night, they're looking for something to tune in, something to just watch, just people to vibe with. Are we still allowed to say vibe?
I don't know.
Don't tell us because say vibing.
I don't know. And she'll answer this probably almost every night when we said that right now about vibes. But you know what? Like you said, music, sports, entertainment, mental health, community. That's what we're about. And we are going to bring that to each and every one of you every single night that's been with us since the start or is jumping on right now for the ride. We're excited. Double A, myself, Kyle, Autumn, Chad. We are so excited to rock with you for not just 3 hours this time around. We're rocking with you for 5 hours, 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. Where else could you be in the evening but with the Inside Edge Network?
Yeah, we hope you guys tune in again. This broadcast, thanks to all of our partners, thanks to you, and thanks again to the Brothers Lounge, of course, sponsoring us here at the Inside Edge Network. West 117th in Detroit, right on the Cleveland-Lakewood border. We have you covered. But guess what, folks? That's enough from us right now. You're going to see us. You're going to hear us a little bit later on. You got Eli at prime time. You got me at Midnight Run. But coming up, we got the Daily Spiral. We got Unfiltered coming your way next. This is Cleveland's digital leader. This is the Inside Edge Network.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at InsideEdgeNet across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Hand-poured coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Let's go.
Welcome to Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, Cleveland's digital leader for all things news, talk, and sports. Don't forget, follow the show on Facebook Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell and on X at Unfiltered216.
It would probably help if you added yourself to the stage, right? Welcome, everybody. I apologize. A lot of technical stuff today here on the program that we're working through. Go figure. It's been a crazy day. It's been a long day for yours truly, but we're happy to be on the air for you guys. Apologize for the delay, but nevertheless, welcome in. It is Unfiltered with yours truly, Kyle Cornell here. Again, on your Wednesday, we're halfway to your weekend. And shoot, it feels like we're already halfway done with the show. My goodness. But we got a lot to get into and not a lot of time because of these technical issues. So again, I want to remind you really quick, do not forget to like, subscribe, punch that notification bell at Inside Edge Net across all the different social media platforms you see right there at the bottom of your screen, YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, everything in between. Again, when we go live, and sometimes we're a little delayed because of some stuff that's been going on. But nevertheless, we're here for you guys now throughout the rest of the evening. And if the Inside Edge Primetime guys want a half hour off, I'll be more than happy to fill it in because we just had some stuff go through. But they're if they don't, let me know. Hey, also, don't forget, check out our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. One-stop shop for you when it comes to everything here on the network, be it going through and checking out the personality profiles. You get to find out more about us, the different show rundown too with everyone, as far as what the schedules are, what we have going on. We have this new evening block, which is great. So make sure you guys tuning into that. And as always, you can check out the merchandise store as well. It is right there at your fingertips. And don't forget to download our app over on Roku. That's right. Just search Inside Edge Network over on the Roku app. You can take us wherever. Whether it's the app on your phone, you got it on your TV, it does not matter. We have it for you all right there on Roku. Appreciate them and their partnership with us over at Roku. So we appreciate them throughout the process. Again, a lot to get into and not as much time today due to some unforeseen circumstances, but I do want to get you guys up to date on what's going on in the not only local news, but the national scene, everything that's happening. And one of the big things is this guy, Russell Westbrook, has called it a career. One of the things that just popped on the timeline. I thought originally maybe I was going to play the video, and then it's like, you know what? Because he put out a 3.5-minute video. Maybe the guys will have it later on. I don't know. Michael B. Jordan is doing the voiceover on it. But the more I think about it, I kind of just wanted to read off some of the accomplishments. I mean, obviously won an MVP, 2017 NBA MVP, 9-time All-Star, 2-time All-Star Game MVP, 2-time All-NBA first team, 5-time All-NBA second team, 2-time All-NBA third team. So overall, 9-time All-NBA selection. He's a 2-time scoring champ, 3-time assist leader. He was part of the 75th anniversary team, so top 75 of all time player. Did some great things in college as well during his season at UCLA. A truly special player, but again, he's going to have that little asterisk always next to his name about not winning a championship. And that's the one thing that's going to haunt him. Obviously played for a bunch of teams. Oklahoma City, initially drafted by Seattle, and they moved right to OKC, so he played any games. I know Durant played a season out there in Seattle, but I don't think Russ ever got the opportunity to. Then trade Houston. He played for a bunch of different teams: the Denver, the Clippers, Lakers. It ended up over time, didn't it? All the different teams he happened to play for. But still, what a career for Russ. And I think there's some people out there, and you kind of forget just how down it he really was. Honestly, like sometimes you forget that. There was a stretch right after Durant left when they went to the Western Conference Finals. They were up 3-1 on that Warriors team before the Warriors actually, people forget, the Warriors were actually down 3-1 in a series before they lost to the Cavs up 3-1 in a series in that crazy finals in 2016. After Durant left OKC for greener pastures over at Golden State, I mean, Westbrook took over the league for a couple seasons there. He was on the angry revenge tour. That was the year he won the MVP the year after, despite Golden State winning the championship and them starting that run, that continuing of that dynasty that they have. They still have the remnants of. Legitimately, those years where the Russell Westbrook and James Harden are going to start just putting up crazy numbers, and everyone's going to have to be like, all right, it's their time to win awards and shit. Of course, the awards that evaded them the most were championships, and Russ tried. Different teams, the Houston stuff, tried to make it work, didn't happen. The LA stuff, the Lakers was a disaster. The Clippers just never really worked out. Denver at the end of his career. Sacramento this past season was probably the most Russ he looked like because he was given that role. And there was an opportunity to come back. From what I've heard and what I've seen, Sacramento was willing to give him a contract to come back and to be a part of this whole thing they're building there with the youth movement. And obviously that means he probably would have had to take a reserved role. I think he just kind of got to the point where he said, I'm just done. And what I will say about him, while I don't think he's one of the best players overall of all time, I think he had one of the best stretches of all time and probably one of the most, if not the most athletic guards you're ever going to see. You could even go in a subcategory and say point guard. I would be fine with that. But him and Derrick Rose at that point guard spot, the way they played the game was just different. And there's a reason why you're probably not going to see another person like him, like Derrick. And it's just because the athletic ability was insane. It was borderline Michael Jordan-like athleticism for a pretty good NBA player. Who again had a great peak, had a Hall of Fame level peak in his career as far as what he brought to the table, the stats, the numbers. Did he affect winning that much? No, I kind of liken it to James Harden too. I think James Harden was actually a little more valuable because of the 3-point shooting at one point, all the threes made. You know, he wasn't getting, 50-point triple doubles, but at the same point, he was putting up 50. Like he was still scoring and doing it in a different way. Russ was earning that stuff. Free throw line, drives, dunks, all that stuff. So we're not here to bash him, but we're here to acknowledge a Hall of Fame career. So congratulations to Russell Westbrook. Excited to see what his future is. He's always been really entertaining. He's always been really fun to watch speak, even when it's the media, whenever he's getting interviewed. He's always got something to say. It's not necessarily controversial, but he stirs the pot a little bit. So I'm excited to see like what this next chapter of his career is going to be, because it could be something. It could be something. Never know. It's exciting though, man. I'm almost more excited for the second half of his professional career as far as what he's going to bring to the table on our side of the aisle than I was with that at this point, because again, you just weren't getting much. The Sacramento stuff was, again, just usage because they were a bad team that didn't pan out the way they were supposed to. And he filled a starting role there and put up decent numbers. Nevertheless, in however many years it takes I know like what football is supposed to be 5 years. I don't know what baseball's rule is. Maybe it's like the year after you retire. I don't know maybe it's also 5 or 6 years. And however many years it takes before he's eligible, Russell Westbrook will go into the Hall of Fame just because of the record-breaking seasons, the seasons with triple doubles, the first player to do it since Oscar Robertson. Now, obviously, Nikola Jokic has done that. And Jokic will be a Hall of Famer as well just because he also won a championship, let alone that did crazy numbers again this past year, the past couple seasons. He's been otherworldly. But just something that we may never see again on that kind of level as far as the athleticism side of it. So congrats to Russ. He's earned it. And he'll be heading into retirement. So he says. Honestly, man, I'm one of those people that don't even believe it even when they file paperwork. You could be like Larry Fitzgerald. Technically, he never actually said he was retired. He just stopped playing. That dude could show up. He could do the funniest thing ever and show up next week to Cardinals training camp and be like, yo, need a slot? He'll be like, sure. He'll suit up and do it. You never know. All right, so we're going to take technically our first break. Again, I apologize for the delay, folks. Some technical stuff over on our side, but it's all taken care of now. A break here on Unfiltered. When we come back, some more local news stuff. Hey, coach out of Lakewood, who lives on the east side of Cleveland, he's in some trouble. We're going to dive into that story coming up next. Also, screen time in your kids. A lot of people have been talking about the negative effects of just like, having them glued to the TV, iPad kids, all that stuff. Well, now there's some data out there that's saying, well, it may affect their IQ. We'll talk about that. And then get into some news and notes, the viral video of the night, and then we'll send this on our way to primetime with Chad and Eli. With Chad and Eli. So all that coming up here on Unfiltered, all on the Inside Edge Network. We're back after this. Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. SportsMemorabilia.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Alley Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
Let's go.
Welcome back to Unfiltered, your destination for all things news, talk, and sports. Don't forget to check out our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com, to learn more about all of our shows, personalities, and buy some merch too while you're at it.
Welcome back, everybody. Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell here on your Wednesday, halfway to your weekend, August 12th, 2026. So happy you're with us here on the program as always. Again, do not forget to like, subscribe, punch a notification bell at Inside Edge Net across all the different social media platforms as well. You just heard. Check out that website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Rolling through the show. Again, if you're just joining us, a little bit of a delay into the stream tonight. There was some technical stuff on my end, not anyone else's fault. It's on me. So don't worry, we are good to go. Everyone else will be back and ready to rock here throughout the remainder of the evening. Hey, first week doing it, there's always going to be a few kinks, nothing crazy. But the good news is we got it for you here. We got it all under control, and it is back. You know who doesn't have it under control is this coach from Lakewood. Lakewood City Schools head wrestling coach. He's been barred from having contact with students or attending school activities while he faces felony domestic violence charges in Lake County. A 39-year-old Kevin Clarity of Concord Township, facing felony counts of strangulation and domestic violence and misdemeanor counts of assault and illegal restraints. That from Painesville Municipal Court records. Clarity is listed on the school district's website, rather, as the head boys wrestling coach. A letter from Superintendent Maggie Niedzwiecki to school district families, obtained by Fox 8 News here in Cleveland, states that after officials learned of Clarity's Tuesday arraignments, he was ordered to have no contact with students or to be present at school activities pending the outcome of the legal process. Of course, the school year just weeks away. Some districts, obviously, across the country, are already starting. Here in Northeast Ohio, many getting ready to go. Quote, "We understand this news may raise questions. We remain committed to ensuring our students have a positive extracurricular experience in our schools and will continue to hold our teachers, coaches, and staff to a high ethical standard. Thank you for your continued support of our students." Court records show that Clarity pleaded not guilty to that strangulation charge at his arraignment on Tuesday, which was yesterday, and was released without having to post bond. So usually when there's no bond allowed and just come into plea, it's a little different as far as how it all pans out. But again, still very religious. The judge ordering him to be placed on GPS monitoring and barred him from possessing weapons, committing violence, or violating the law, which is standard. Clarity due back in court for a preliminary hearing next Tuesday, August 18th. So obviously, we will do that. Also, a temporary protection order has been issued. So what it seems like this is again, it's a domestic incident, possibly with a partner along those lines. Me kind of sifting through the news speak, so to speak, here with that, and yeah, it's just one of those things where you don't know until you know, until there's more information that comes out, so there's more that gets into the case. Again, going back to court on Tuesday, very much a domestic thing, but when it involves being around kids, being around families, or being around these young men that are in a physical environment already, that kind of thing. Obviously, there's going to be some question marks, right, as far as what the hell is going on, what are we doing, that kind of stuff. So want to bring it to y'all attention. There's obviously still a lot of gray area in all this. All we know is what the charges are, what's been put through, and obviously he has been released. But as we learn more, we will get you guys up to date on that. I'm sure there's going to be a lot on this, but definitely something to be mindful of. We live usually in a pretty good area as far as like a lot of these teachers, a lot of these coaches. You can argue whether or not to do a good enough job as far as wins, stuff on the field, on the court, on the mat, wherever it is. But for the most part, integrity has been held by the majority of our coaches, of our people, of our teachers, of people that are in this area in Northeast Ohio. So when when these kinds of stories do show up, you get it kind of highlighted, you circle and go, oh, okay. So again, a rarity, but still one of those things. Moving from the wrestlers at Lakewood and what this means for them, and obviously what kind of spotlight it shows on that, to something like this. I mean, does this really shock anyone? Not me. Recent studies out of Singapore and the UK, published by the National Library of Medicine and National Institutes of Health, found a link between higher screen times and negative cognitive impacts. Dr. Catherine Myers from Cleveland Clinic Children's Hospital for Rehabilitation saying, quote, "The reality of it is that screens do impact how our kids are learning and taking in information in the environment. The studies looked at all screens from tablets to phones, televisions, video games, found a link between longer screen times in babies and toddlers to many negative outcomes." Yeah. Quote, "Up until really the age of 3, the brain is just growing and developing, and there's a lot of new neuron connections and that's one of the biggest opportunities for learning. So to put a kid in front of a screen and take away that opportunity for learning really can have longer term impacts. Researchers found that too much screen time could possibly affect the child's IQ and definitely in kids 2 and younger lead to increased anxiety, slower decision making skills later in life as teenagers. Quote, I think the biggest thing that we see with kids who are interacting more and more with screens is ultimately in the moment, they're interacting less and less with those who are around them. That from Myers. She said longer term, what we see is there's differences in how kids' language develops. Kids will also not understand language as much. My son in this situation had really bad ears. Like he had to have tubes in his ears. So basically kind of sounded like he was wearing earmuffs. What we were told by the doctors throughout the first couple of years of his life. So he was already kind of behind the eight ball. But we were lucky he learned, pretty well. Obviously now being 8, turning 9 in October and going into third grade, he's been able to catch up. And there's still a few things here and there, but he's done a good job. But Myers also saying, hey, kids under the age of 2 just shouldn't be in front of screens. So the Coco Melon, all that stuff like that, like, hey, probably shouldn't do that. According to the American Academy of Pediatrics, children under 18 months should avoid all screen use except for live video chatting. Children ages 2 to 5 should limit screen time to 1 hour per day or less, and preferably educational materials viewed with a parent. School-age kids should also have a balanced schedule that limits screen time with physical activities and face-to-face interactions. Also trying to be realistic. Again, Myers said it as a mother too. Quote, I know there's times when you have to cook dinner and you want to make sure your kid is in one location and safe. Yes, it's okay to put something on for a few minutes. She said to make sure you're seeing it as well and taking an opportunity to talk with them and share that with them, that experience. Controlled screen usage too. Like most things with this, it's obviously in moderation, right? You want to make sure you're doing this in the most healthy way possible without damaging your kids. And I think that as one of the last generations of kids that was just outside more than inside, we were doing more things. We were playing outdoors. We were riding our bikes places. We were going to the park. We were going and playing outside more than we were. We played video games. It wasn't like we didn't, but we also were like just went out and did stuff. The last of like that street light generation, right? That we were outside and you were like, hey, when the street lights come on, that's when you're supposed to figure out what's going on, right? Like we weren't necessarily in that, but we were pretty damn close. When it gets dark out, get your ass home, that kind of thing. Unless we know where you are. Now sometimes it's tough to get the kids out of the house because they just want to play video games. They want to watch TV. They want to get on YouTube, whatever. Guilty of this when I'm working at home during the day. My son will pop around, he'll play with some toys, but sometimes he'll be on a Switch or he'll be watching YouTube. And sometimes it's just background noise for him, like doing other stuff. But trying to find those breaks in the day where you're able to do something, take them out of those elements is kind of. But yeah, again, is anyone really surprised by this? Just take the kids outside. When you've got time, you got an hour or so to kill, just break it up. Do what you can. I know it's a different kind of era, different kind of day, but still. A final break on Unfiltered, guys. When we come back, we are going to get into news and notes and the viral video of the night. It's another storm video. You're going to have to see this to believe it. That coming up next here on Unfiltered. Stay with us.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Eli Moon here, one half of Inside Edge Primetime. Chad Bryan and myself back with you tonight as we'll go way back on this Wednesday for Way Back Wednesday. What happened on August 12th? This date in history? Well, we'll find out together. And of course, some other things to discuss as well, including the best all-around athlete. With Brock Lesnar retiring from the WWE and his athletic career that also included the UFC, the NFL, so much. Is it time to discuss him being the best all-around athlete? Or is somebody else a little bit better than Brock Lesnar? We'll discuss that and so much more here, of course, with you for Inside Edge Primetime at 10 p.m. right after Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell. So excited to be with you. Make sure you follow Inside Edge Net on all the socials and go check out InsideEdgeNetwork.com.
Small business owners are superheroes, but nowadays running your business means doing so inside your shop and on social media. That's why you should make Omega Video Marketing your sidekick. With a decade of content creation experience, I create dynamic, informative, and fun videos for your specific social needs that will increase brand awareness, get you more followers, and keep your social pages and websites current and fresh. I offer flexible pricing and turn times and will work with you to understand your brand and your story. All of that comes from the heart. My award-winning expertise is just the cherry on top. So let's get connected. After all, your brand is the alpha and my expertise is the omega.
So do you like a steak dinner in the nude? I can't believe this. We talked last night on Midnight Run. A restaurant in South Beach once a month offering steak dinners at their steakhouse fully naked. It's a vision of the chef. Unreal. We talked about that. A lot of things going on in the world of sports entertainment. I want to dive more into this tonight, though. The Ohio State-Michigan rivalry. I got a quarterback in Michigan, Bryce Underwood, saying that it's just another game. Is that true? Do generations that come after us look at sports differently? Like, to a younger generation, is Ohio State-Michigan just another game? So we're going to dive into that, plus a lot more. Also, what's your approval rating of Stephen Vogt? We got that covered up, and we get you set for Browns, Bears, all that and a lot more coming up tonight on Midnight Run.
Welcome back to Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, right here on Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health, the Inside Edge Network.
Welcome back, everybody. Final segment of Unfiltered here on your Wednesday, August 12th, 2026. So happy you are with us here on the program. Let's get into some news and notes as we go through the final portion of the show. Did you see this story? Yeah, this was kind of wild. A high school football player in Arkansas, as the story says, has every right to be rattled after finding a venomous snake in his helmet during practice. The Maumelle High School student felt unusual movement inside of his helmet and his headgear following warm-ups last week. Brought his helmet to an assistant coach for an inspection. Inside, they found a slithering 2-foot cottonmouth snake inside the padding. Yeah. The pit viper was so reluctant to exit, because why not? It was comfortable there. Hey, all that extra padding for safety for kids for the helmets. The snake felt right at home. Animal control officers had to submerge the helmet in water and force the snake out, grabbing it with tongs. Animal services technicians identified the snake as the deadly cottonmouth, and it was released into a wooded area. Hey, second most venomous snakes found in Arkansas. And I know about them because my dad in Florida, down in St. Augustine, has had a couple run-ins and has heard some horror stories about cottonmouth. So, Jesus. Happy the kid's okay. Could you imagine taking a hit with that thing in there? Oh, my goodness. He would have been done. That thing would have just lost its mind. Yikes. Did you guys see this story? Hey, no e-bikes in Westlake. Yeah. The school district outlines e-bike policy for the upcoming year, and it's not good news if you're an elementary or middle school student that happens to take them to school. They are saying, hey, no dice on e-bikes and other micro-mobility devices heading into the 26-27 school year. In an email sent to parents last night, Superintendent Scott Goggins said that after reviewing the impact of these devices on the school campus and seeing an increase in these devices at the school, the e-bikes and similar devices are not permitted on elementary and middle school campus grounds. According to the email, use of e-bikes and other micromobility devices not allowed at Westlake Elementary School and the Dover campus, which includes Dover Intermediate School and Lee Burnison Middle School. The policy is apparently intended to address safety conditions at the Dover campus. Quote, the greatest concentration of these devices is at the Dover campus, where students ages 10 to 13 must navigate significant vehicle traffic entering from both Dover Center Road and Bassett Road, as well as pedestrian traffic on the sidewalks. So no dice if you are planning on having the kids ride the e-bike or the e-scooter to school. Not surprising, considering, again, like, let's be honest here, like, not safe. you're essentially operating kind of like another vehicle. You're not pulling it yourself. You're turning a dial, whatever it is. You're pedaling it a little bit, but then it goes. I mean, it's who would have thought in 2026 now at this point? I thought maybe we are going to be talking about actual hover bikes and shit like that. Turns out, no, they're just electrically charged because we have to protect the environment. Those hover bikes, too much methane, right? And Crocker Park turning heads again. How about these guys? Some great news. Named number 2 best retail experience center in the U.S. That by Chain Store Age magazine. The center was among 3 Ohio shopping destinations honored in the ranking in the top 10 experience retail centers. Easton Town Center in Columbus took the top spot, and Eastwood Mall in Niles ranked number 7. Crocker Park sliding right in between at number 2. So congrats to Crocker Park. Still looking better than what they got going on in Parma. They tried. Listen, they tried. It's not working. Well, let's just be honest with it. It's not good. There's some good stores in there, but it's not going to be Crocker Park. You just can't. They lost Dick's. They're getting an IKEA. Like, come on, man. Like, what do you think's gonna? It's too good. Hey, it's time right now for the viral video. Yeah, we got that going. The guys are waiting in the wings, Chad and Eli. They'll be on here in a moment. But I wanted to play this clip for you. I don't know if you guys saw this or not. Obviously, we had some crazy storms up here in Northeast Ohio. But there was some stuff happening down in Columbus. Check this out. If you're watching, boom, there it goes. The car flips in the middle of the road over a supposed tornado. There's a slow-mo for you. My goodness. Yeah, you can't make that stuff up. Like, it's honestly insane. And for it to happen in Columbus, of all places, again, like, they don't usually get this kind of stuff. Cincinnati, maybe a little more northern Kentucky down there, maybe they get a little more of that severe kind of weather, but not usually around us. That I want to bring in Dad to the program. Gentlemen.
How are you? I had to unmute myself real quick. Very excited.
Yeah, he's probably muted too. Is he good?
No, I'm good. I wasn't ready for that. I was that was very exciting for me. That was a thrill.
Yeah. We're not used to getting called on very often, Kyle, because we used to be the starter at 10, so we're still getting used to it. We're like ready. We're trying to pick our bullpen music out. We haven't decided on like what song we come out to yet, but
yeah. No, I got to do this. I got to do the whole thing. Yeah, I'm not doing it. It's crazy.
We got to know for the call.
That
I
video
get that one last pitch in before I go out. Just like take the field with some steam.
Need to. That video is wild, dude. Watching that car flip, I was kind of shocked. Editing it too, and then doing the slow mo after it. Oh, Dot. Some of those cameras pick up some crazy shit. Honestly, because it's entertaining enough to watch, like maybe like a half-hour feed just to see what the fuck happens. Like, if you're really bored, I recommend doing it once in a while. It's a trip. You usually see one thing where you're just like, I never saw that before. It's insane.
Have you ever watched the ODOT cameras and tried to estimate the distance on the camera and then estimate speed based on that? Or that's really bored. That's some major math.
Listen, once you start doing equations, I'm out the door. All right. Like, my son's in 3rd grade. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about already. At
no
this
idea.
Point. Like, I'm so lost. It's
nothing.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, the math nowadays is crazy. My little brother's at Ohio State, and a few years ago, he sat down with me and he goes, "I'm going to show you some math problems." I said, for sure. And we did about 10 minutes worth of it. I don't know what they're learning in school nowadays, but they got me beat. And then on the video one more time, Kyle. I know we got some exciting stuff to talk on prime time, but I got to talk about this car for a minute. Do you remember the tornadoes that happened a few years ago here in Ohio?
I do. My son wouldn't stop about it. That's why apparently I have to get a tornado tattoo on this arm. So
makes sense. We were at the grocery store because, you get a tornado alert every now and then, and you're like, whatever. It's just going to be some bad rain. There it is, boom. And kid you not, I'm at the grocery store in the parking lot, and the whole car started shaking because the tornado was in decent range. And, we learned some things. Weather can be scary.
Yeah, and that's proof of it right there with that viral video of the night. I mean, you can't write this stuff. I mean, you could. It probably has been written like Twister, the sequel to Twister. Isn't there like a new Twister out now? Like
Yeah, I
last year
think
it came out or something like that? Yeah. They're
You
trying
know,
to remake.
Twisters, I think.
Chads are,
We're out of original ideas. That's why.
Chad's our resident movie guy, at least for prime time. I more so am on the music side. So if you need album suggestions, I got you. If you need movies, I defer to Chad. It's
Okay.
kind of how it works.
There you
It's
go.
kinda
And
how
if you need bullshit, you come to me. So that's what-
well, and if we need our great news
Trifecta
stuff,
of reporting right here. I mean, yeah.
Yes.
What else?
Yes.
yeah,
what else is
I've done my best reporting in a tank top, so that's the important.
hey, you know what? I usually have something witty to say there. What I'm gonna say is, Kyle, another great job by you. Of course, we appreciate it. It's cool having you in the evening block. I'm gonna be honest. It's been a few
And
days.
again, I have to apologize to the stream. We were a little late to the program here. I had some issues with my phone where I couldn't even remember, like way back when we first started Unfiltered, my mic wouldn't like sync up for some reason, and it wouldn't be a thing.
Yes.
I sat here for about a good 10 minutes. Like, am I gonna be able to do I have to talk through the phone, or do I have to actually get the mic set up? For some reason today, of all days, it decided, hey, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna fuck with your technology. So that
Did you put a help desk ticket in with IT?
No, because IT department is our program director, and I didn't want to bother him, so I was trying to figure it out because I got this, and then it didn't have it, and then he sends me a text at like 9:06, like, "Yo, we good?" I'm like, "Oh fuck!" So like, yeah.
I will say I did inadvertently. I fixed an on-air problem with someone's mic one night when I wasn't even on. So I was pretty proud of that. I'm not gonna lie.
Wow. Okay, so I know who to call next time if I'm obviously in the deep dire straits of the deep end of whatever the fuck this was. So
Put my
yeah.
phone on do not disturb. Hold on.
Oh, now you're safe. You're good. He's got to deal with Eli for the next hour and a half. But other than
Hey,
that,
you know
you're fine.
what? I think we'll be all right. I think all of you will be all right as well. Of course, Kyle Cornell, Unfiltered, every night, 9 p.m. here on the Inside Edge Network. Kyle, we appreciate you as always. Can't wait to hear what you talk about tomorrow. And Friday's coming up. Cannot wait to see what memes come across with Pete.
Oh,
so.
Pete's so fucked. I can't wait. It's so great, dude. That baseball picture is so good. I can't wait to.
I love
Sometimes
it.
you find a diamond in the rough, and you tell you what, all you guys, your social medias, the only person I haven't hit yet is in the middle of this screen.
Oh yeah.
So I wonder, and I know you can fade out like you're that SpongeBob meme, but I tell you what, or the Family Guy meme, Peter going back into the dude. Chad may be next. He might be. You never know.
Let me put that on private too. Hold on. Let me.
I should have said anything. I'm gonna get
Fair game. It's whatever.
Chad's all his photos from Facebook have been deleted in like the last 10 seconds.
It's just like
This guy's only survived for 8 months. What is this?
Yeah, that's
it's
crazy.
the C circle picture, the generic one with the your profile.
Yeah, Chad Ryan, everybody.
Or whatever it is.
Love it. Kyle Cornell, everybody, Unfiltered, 9 p.m. every night here on the Inside Edge Network. Kyle, we'll talk to you tomorrow.
See you later, boys. Have a good show.
See you,
All right. Kyle Cornell, everybody. Chad, you guess what, man? We get to change the old studio. Not too much craziness going on, but we change it. A little dash there. Just
There was a skosh of a thing. Yeah.
We're working on it. You know what I remember tonight? I remember I only got to hit one button, not two.
Look at you. No, okay, so no double ID.
No double ID for those at home that may be semi-retired right now. But what is not retired and in full motion is Inside Edge Prime Time. We're with you until 11:30, starting right now after station identification and our pretty cool intro, if we do say so ourselves.
Not bad. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all the leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to fanatics.com by using the QR code on your screen right now to celebrate your teams.
And welcome in, everybody, to another episode of Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryan, am I right? You're right. Everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. We are back in the saddle, on the saddle adjacent here with all of you for another episode of Inside Edge Primetime. Thank you for being with us. It's Wednesday. It is halfway through the week. We've almost made it, which means we should celebrate. So let's celebrate for the next few hours or hour and a half, and of course, all night long. Hope you enjoyed Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. And then, of course, we'll be with you the next hour and a half in Double A Anthony Alford Midnight Run from 11:30 to 1 in the morning. Very excited. And if you've enjoyed all the content all week long, and for those that have been with us for September or a little bit after that, make sure you like, subscribe, follow at Inside Edge Net if you haven't thus far on all the socials, YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch. Make sure you smash that notification bell so you know when we're going live across all the socials and know what's happening. And, of course, read about all your favorite personalities like Chad Bryan and everybody who does a great job here across the Inside Edge Network at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. You can also check out our partners page. Cannot do without them. The Brothers Lounge, Fanatics.com, AlleyRoseFragrances.com, SportsMemorabilia.com, W Energy, Mosser Moments, and Omega Video Marketing. We appreciate all of them and appreciate you at home. So go grab something nice from the merchandise store, whether it's a shirt, a hat, a mug, a polo, a windbreaker. Rep Cleveland's digital leader and your source for sports, entertainment, mental health conversations, news, and everything in between. And make sure you take us on the go with Roku. Take us to the disco, to the bar, to the baseball game, afar, near, wherever. We're here. The Inside Edge Network app on Roku. Make sure you grab it. All right, Chad B, we are back in the saddle, on the saddle adjacent here. How are you feeling, my bro?
Not so bad. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Whatever rhyme you come up with for the road, I will not eat green eggs and ham. Sorry. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, and Autumn's off this week, so we can get away with saying that it's outlandish to even think green eggs and ham. You know, analogies can be scary. You know, and analogies in today's world can be taken seriously. So we got to be careful.
They could have gone broccoli and cheese. And I feel like there's plenty of things that you can rhyme with broccoli and cheese that are fine. Yeah. That would have been more appetizing than some moldy eggs. I'm it's whatever.
You know, I was going to put down the spot for a minute and be like, all right, give me the first few lines of a broccoli and cheese book. But you know what? We'll save you tonight. We'll keep you out of the fire. We'll keep you out of the fire.
Yeah. I mean, I was going to, let's not do that. Yes. Let's
broccoli and cheese, go and touch your knees. Like, no, see, we're
I know you can't touch your knee, but you can eat what you please. And you know,
wow.
I could probably eat a box of donuts with ease.
Yeah.
So I think that's maybe where you start.
The perfect meal for dynasties.
There you go.
Perfect. All right, we're back. We're rocking and rolling.
Back. We went somewhere.
We were gone. Now we're back. We got a lot of stuff to talk about later on in the show. We'll talk about a NBA franchise that you may know, one of the more historic, iconic franchises being sold today. Yeah, you probably heard of them. Of course, we'll talk later on in the show as well about the one that got away. Chad and I were discussing about our sports teams and some heartbreaking trades or losses in free agency. Who would you want to have back? If you could just pick one, maybe we'll allow two. But if you could have a few guys back, who would you want back on your team? Yeah. And later on in the show, we do Way Back Wednesday. We send Chad back in the time machine. He gets busy, tries to find what he can from August 12th here with you on this date. We'll find out what Chad finds. But we begin the show with a few bits of news that we wanted to get into. Would be remiss without getting into it. One of the stars of the NBA, Russell Westbrook, has announced his retirement from the NBA earlier today. Michael B. Jordan, the actor, who's obviously in a ton of movies, you know, Creed, you know, that's where, I'm not going to lie, that's where one of my favorite performances from Michael B. Jordan is. But of course, all over the place when it comes to movies. He narrated the announcement for Russell Westbrook, and Westbrook sat there and didn't really answer any questions. It was like an interview kind of thing. And I thought it was pretty powerful, pretty cool from a guy who's always kind of stood his ground and said what he wanted to say, never backed down based off what media perception was, what the thoughts of fans were at times or people on social media. And I thought Russell Westbrook had a very solid career. When we talk about it, it's going to get a little interesting because there is no NBA championship, so he joins guys, you know, like Charles Barkley that get discussed about, hey, he has all the accolades, but never won that title. But, of course, Westbrook averaged a triple-double, won that MVP, I believe the following year after he averaged a triple-double. You know, but no, he won it the year he won that triple-double, and he was in competition, rather, the year before, I believe, with James Harden. So a lot of stuff to look at there. But when it comes to Russell Westbrook, what are your thoughts on the Oklahoma City Thunder, great for sure, and then bounced around a little bit after that. Of course, he stopped in Houston. It was in Washington for a little bit. Had a few different stops. What are your thoughts on Russell Westbrook? And I guess not asking you to rank him right this instant, but when it comes to his legacy among point guards, he's got to be up there in that top 10, top 5 discussion, I'd imagine, based off the stats alone.
Maybe even just off nicknames alone. The Brody is what's listed as an official nickname. Beast Brook, that's fun.
What?
Mr. Triple Double. No, I don't know. I mean, you look at his career, like he's played in a few places, and I get it. No championships, no rings. We're obsessed with rings in this culture, right? It's like, well, if you don't win a championship, don't even talk to me. No, I mean, he's a 2-time scoring champ. He was an all-star MVP a couple times. 9-time All-NBA guy. I mean, it's just he's played forever. He's been around since what, 2008, 2006, 2008, 2009.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just crazy to think of how long he's been there, and he's been pretty consistent. I mean, you look at the numbers. There's not I mean, obviously numbers go down at some point in your career, but there's not that it's a consistent, like, kind of a, it kind of fades out. It doesn't. There's no, like, he doesn't fall off a cliff numbers wise. Obviously, when he was a little bit younger, he was scoring more, but I mean, 31.6 points per game in 2016 at OKC. I don't know, man. Westbrook was always one of those guys where it's like you kind of like, even though he never won a title, you always kind of wished he would be on your team. You know what I mean? Like, I could always see Westbrook like fitting in with the Cavs at certain points. Not now. I mean, they're a different team now, but yeah, there were points where I was like, man, if the Cavs could grab a hold of him, like, it might be fun to watch LeBron and Westbrook together. When LeBron was here the second time or whatever, he was a pretty good run right then, but that didn't work. I don't know if anybody tried, but that just didn't happen.
Yeah.
But no, great career. I mean, you look at his numbers. I mean, he's a Hall of Famer, right? Easily.
You'd imagine so, right? He may have to go through a few ballots, just depending on who's retiring at the same time, who's eligible, who's still out there. We talked about it the other night with the NFL Hall of Fame and how many guys are still waiting to get in there. So, you wonder, but he will be a Hall of Famer. It's just a matter of when. The other thing also to note, Westbrook, obviously part of that 2012 NBA Finals appearance with the Oklahoma City Thunder, their first appearance under the Thunder name. So that was big as well. He kind of helped rejuvenate, and not even just rejuvenate, helped bring life to a franchise that was a newer franchise. Like, he was part of the early days of the Oklahoma City Thunder, became Kevin Durant's running mate. There was discussions of, at one point, who was the better player. Like, there was a discussion early on in his career because when he had the athleticism and his, before some of the injuries and age catching up to him, he was able to fly like none other. And he was very, very good on the defensive side in terms of, he gave that effort. Some guys, when you talk about defense, you talk about the techniques there, Tony Allen, I think of those kind of guys that really could just lock down somebody. Westbrook would get burned a few plays, obviously, here and there throughout his career on defense, but he never didn't have the passion, and I use a double negative there, but he didn't lack passion for better terminology there. I just feel he is
never
somebody
did
that
not have no passion. Yeah.
Exactly, Chad. Exactly. But the finals appearance really sparking life into that Oklahoma City Thunder franchise. The battles with the Lakers early on in the playoffs where they almost upset them with Kobe. I mean, that was a lot of fun. And then, of course, he became the mainstay in Oklahoma City after Kevin Durant left. Keep in mind, James Harden was already out of the picture at that point, when they had to decide the Thunder between him and Serge Ibaka. Westbrook was the last man standing out of those four that went to that finals. That's something to be said as well. He did spend a ton of time there. You do wonder at the end, of course, he bounced around to 4, if not 5 different teams at the end of his career. So you wonder, is that going to hurt him in terms of the eyes of the voters when it comes to the Hall of Fame? Because he did spend a lot of stops, and the thing became, what is his role, right? And we look at some of these greats all the time. Charles Barkley always had a role. Despite not winning an NBA championship, he always had a role on his teams. LeBron's a different breed, obviously, but, in his early 40s, still has a major role on a team. You see these guys not really getting excluded out of the picture here. And Russell Westbrook at times, and there's no discredit to his career or what he did or, is accomplished, but he was kind of kicked out of the picture a little bit, or his role was diminished. He went from being one of the top 2 options on a team to sometimes being the 7th, 8th guy coming, into that fold, into, getting less minutes. So I don't know if that's going to be something they hold against him. I do agree with you. It would be a Hall of Famer. I think he may just have to wait some time.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, probably not a first ballot guy, but I don't know if I don't think anything at the end of his career really detracts from it. I think sometimes it's just the recency bias, right? Like maybe when it comes time for him to hit the ballot, people aren't going to remember the dominance. They'll remember a little bit of that, matriculation around the league a little bit at the end. But I don't know that it necessarily hurt. I mean, if you look, his shooting stayed the same. Like his shooting percentages were really, if not better at the end of his career, just right on par with the rest of his career. So it's not like the skills really diminished. It's just, you get a little bit older and trust me, I can tell you the legs go out from under you pretty quickly. Especially when you've logged as many minutes, as he did in his career, 18 seasons. Pretty cool note. I always think this is cool. He was drafted by the Seattle Supersonics and never played a single game for the Supersonics. So,
yeah. He was part of that team that when they moved over, like I said, the early days of the Thunder. Yep. So, I mean, he is somebody that they'll definitely remember for the rest of that franchise's history.
It's weird, right? Like you see him drafted by the Supersonics, and I'm like, I can't picture him in that green. Oh, that's right.
I think he was in it for maybe a few. I think they did a few preseason games, maybe or something, where he wore it. Because I've seen him. I feel like I've seen him in a Sonics uniform, but never on the court.
Well, I think they did throwbacks a few times, didn't they?
That's probably what it was.
I think they did a few throwbacks here and there. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'd imagine a few years after that, right? Because imagine Sonics fans having to watch a throwback.
Oh yeah, no, that's actually painful to me. I'm not a Seattle guy, but I mean, that. First of all, those Supersonics uniforms were iconic, right?
The best.
I think of like the finals appearance against the Bulls, like Sean Kemp running around, Gary Payton.
Yes.
Like, those teams were fun to watch. And just there's something about that green and gold together, man. Maybe I'm biased. I played for a Pee Wee football team that was that color, but I don't know. I mean, it was just they were cool to watch, and then suddenly they weren't the Seattle Supersonics anymore. It's one of the cities I feel that deserves an NBA franchise again.
Yeah, and I heard some talk, and I'm going to do some more research into it during the break and for tomorrow. Yeah. There's some murmurs going on Instagram right now. I saw about that maybe a firm coming together to buy the Supersonics, to bring that, not to buy them, but to bring them back rather, put a bid in, return them to Seattle. And I'm just checking here to confirm, and bear with me, everybody here. I know this is live TV.
Is it Mark Walter? Is he going to sell the Lakers?
No, it's going to, let me give me 1 second here, because I believe, here it is right here. So this is from Crazy Bone an hour ago. Crazy Bone, obviously part of Bone Thugs and Harmony here in Cleveland, and a legend. It says Black Sun Private Equity, Native World Sports, and regional partners announced bid to bring the Seattle Supersonics home. So I'm trying to see like what kind of partnership or whatever it is tying to Crazy Bone, but he put that on his Instagram. So I'm gonna do some more research into that. And I know Chad, I already see him using his fingers to find some more info on it. But maybe there is something already going on with the Sonics. Again, I'll see what I can do to reach out and see more on that, but it did catch my attention, and ironically enough, we're talking Supersonics right now. So
I mean, back in March, there were some murmurs that I think the thought then was that they're likely coming back at some point with the expansion, right? So yeah, I mean, I think it's a definite possibility. It'll be something. It'll be welcome in my mind. Like it'll be cool to see the Supersonic. Hopefully they'll I don't know. I would imagine it would just carry on from where they left off, but I mean, they'll refresh it a little bit. But yeah, I love those classic units. Those are great.
Yeah, they may be the Seattle Super Bryans.
There you go. I'll take it.
I know you would.
Did they have to pay me for that, or how does that work?
It's the other way around.
Oh, okay. Maybe we better talk then.
Yeah.
On the break, I'll make a few phone calls. Crazy Bone, you said?
Yeah. Well, he posted on his Instagram.
I got his number right here. I'll give him a call during the break. It's fine.
Crazy. All right. Hey, let's move into some other news here. When it comes to Cleveland, the Cleveland Browns announced Deshaun Watson to start at quarterback for the Cleveland Browns in preseason week 1. So we know who is starting, at least for the first game of the season. Of course, not regular. It is preseason. But against the Bears, you'll see Deshaun Watson. How long he's out there, we'll see. Double A mentioned on Midnight Run yesterday that, Todd Monken had mentioned, depending on how long the Bears keep their front line out there and their starting unit, that'll kind of determine how long the Browns keep their starting unit out there. But Deshaun Watson will get the time to go out there with the ones. And imagine you'll see a good amount of Denzel Boston, Casey Concepcion, some Jerry Jeudy as well. Yeah. But we'll see what Watson looks like. This is his first game action in a couple years. Obviously, Chad and I have expressed how we feel about the guy. I'm not the biggest fan of Deshaun Watson. I feel like, and Chad, I would tend to think he agrees when it comes to his off the field has been too much. And then you mix that in with the unavailability. It's just really been a whole dud here for the city of Cleveland. But Todd Monken going to see what he can do with Watson, at least see what he looks like in preseason week 1. To announce as well, Todd Monken and the Browns announced that Shedeur Sanders will get the start in week 2. That is against the Buffalo Bills. There's no announcement in terms of who's going to start those joint practices and get the 1 reps, but you'd imagine it'd be Shedeur Sanders considering he's lined up to start that game. Chad, a lot going on here, right? Obviously, you and I and a lot of people here on the network, we're big Shedeur Sanders guys and girls. We rep with the guy that we believe could be the future.
Could be. Never know.
For the Browns. And now we're at a point now where we're going to find out. This is the next 3 weeks. And these next 2 are very important. Watson, week 1, Sanders, week 2. What are your thoughts on the news coming out from the Browns here earlier today?
Well, I mean, I don't think I jokingly texted you before the show. I said, we should have a new segment where we take a little bit of news, someone says something, whatever, and we just read way too much into it, right? But I think this is one of those things where you don't really read too much into it. It's would you really want Deshaun Watson to start that game at home after all these years of not only being just whatever off the field, also very disappointing on the field for the Browns, right? You pay him all the money, $250 million, and you get 0 production. I mean, nothing. And some people are very quick to point out that he had like 3.5 good quarters back in 2023 or whatever. I'm old enough I can't even remember 2023. I don't remember what I had for breakfast. So that's not going to do it for me. Like I'm going to need somebody that can get the job done now, right? And it's hard with Cleveland media because you've got people who are at training camp, and you'll get 2 different people have different opinions, right? But I feel like this is pretty subjective. Well, maybe it shouldn't be subjective when it is. When you watch the quarterbacks practice, they either had a good day or they didn't, right? But the spin, I think, is what drives me crazy. It's like you get like I think that Shedeur Sanders should be the starter week 1. I don't think there's any doubt about it.
Right.
But I don't think I would be at camp and say, well, Shedeur had a brilliant day. He was, he completed almost, 11 passes out of 31 attempts or whatever. Like, it's just like the way it's spun. Like, hey, he had a tough day. Yeah, tough day.
Right.
And that's okay, right? He threw 4 picks in 7-on-7s. That's bad, right? But I just think as far as the future, I mean, you're very unlikely to extend Deshaun Watson, right? You're not going to see that happen. I don't want to say never, but this is one of those times where I'd really think that on June 23rd or June 27th or whatever it is of next year, the day that they can cut Deshaun Watson, he's gone, right? He's they'll let him go. He's gone. You just maybe you don't even cut whatever. You just cut ties or whatever. That's what I'm trying to say. He's just gone. He's out of the franchise, out of mind. Well, not out of mind because it's too recent, but even then, you've got the problem that you can't really move on until you know what you have on the roster. So how do you know if you need to look into the draft if you haven't looked at one of the guys that you've got? Dylan Gabriel, you've got Shedeur Sanders. They're here for the foreseeable future, right? They're here for a couple of years. You might as well see what you can get out of whoever is the best one of the 2 of them, because Deshaun Watson's a lost cause. You've got, and I'll be honest with you. I don't know that I understand contract insurance the way that it works in the NFL. Or how that all goes down. But I had read that what they're paying Deshaun Watson close to $90 million this year, right? I saw that they were getting contract insurance back in the amount of about 88 to 89 million. I don't know if that, maybe I'm reading it wrong. Maybe I'm reading it incorrectly. Maybe I just don't understand. But that to me feels like a wash. So there's you're not I get it. You've paid all the money before. You're 200 and some whatever $1 million in by the end of it. I don't think you need to feel forced to throw the guy out there and go, well, we're paying. We might as well just, whatever. I think at this point with a brand new head coach and an all new coaching staff, basically, I think you got to start working toward the future. And that doesn't mean that like you've got what is the future here now. We don't know that yet. But I think you have to see, right? You need to know before you look into the draft next year. What if Shedeur Sanders has a spark? What if he starts 17 games this year with the ones?
Right.
And it's rough for the first 3 or 4, but then he starts to pick it up, right? Like the more you play, the more reps you get. A lot of guys will see the game slow down a little bit and things start happening a little bit more slowly. They start to anticipate a little bit better because you start to see patterns and, it's all about whatever. It's pattern recognition. It's pre-snap, post-snap, like the things that you see on the field, but you have to see those things on the field to get better, to make them slow down or whatever you want to say. So I just think you've got to see what you've got for the future before you can. I don't know. The Browns are just in a weird mess right now, Eli.
They are. And now to add to that, of course, Shador going to get week 2. A lot of pressure on Shador Sanders in that week 2 game. People look at the regular season and those 6, to 8 games he started last year, and they go, okay, well, Shador had improvement. All that's for naught. I hate to be the Debbie Downer here, and I'm a Shador Sanders guy, but all that's for naught if he goes out and can't get the job done efficiently in week 2, because he's already has kind of a leg. Watson has a leg up against him essentially in this quarterback battle, because week 1 he's able to leave the first impression, go out there, look good with the ones, and then that's going to impress obviously Todd Monken and his coaching staff, Jimmy Haslam, Andrew Berry. Everybody's going to be thrilled, front office as well. So that's the one concern is, if Deshaun Watson goes out there and looks good, now you're already kind of in a uphill battle against them. And the concerning thing is, too, how long are the other ones, the wide receivers, the running backs, the line, going to be out there for Shador when he goes in that week 1? Is he going to be playing with the 2s, and how does he look with the 2s, which, of course, could help his case as well. If he goes out there and looks good with the 2s, okay, then you feel good and encouraged as a Browns fan and the Browns staff going into that game against Buffalo next Saturday. The other thing to keep in mind, too, though, is the Browns and Bills have joint practices. Everybody in the NFL, it appears, I shouldn't say everybody, it's very widespread, but a good amount of people in the NFL consider these as like the getting ready for the regular season, like the true testament of, hey, you guys are going to get a little more physical. You're playing another team besides the same guys as, you're on the squad with. And then, after those practices, you're going to go and play them in a preseason game. So how are you going to go against a team that has basically the most looks at you in the 2026 season to this point? So I think that's going to be important for Shador to look good in preseason week 2 against the Bills. And if he doesn't, then I'm concerned at that point that Deshaun Watson, based off how he does, he still has to play well too. But if he looks, better than Shador in the start he gets, and then in relief time he gets in week 2, then Deshaun Watson more than likely is the starting quarterback. And that's concerning because we all know how that's going to end up. We know it's going to turn into Deshaun Watson looking pretty rough in real true game speed in a regular season game. And then we're going to either put in Shador Sanders or Dylan Gabriel, and then we're going to have to put them into a situation where, you're 1-4, you're 0-5. Figure it out and try to get this team back on track, and that's not a winning situation for a second-year quarterback. And they've already both experienced situations where they weren't so ideal already, that being Sanders and Gabriel. That's what concerns me. But ultimately, and I said this the other night, it appears the Browns are really focused on 2027, whether that's the draft. There's some names out there, obviously, and I don't want to start getting into it already because college football hasn't even started yet, but that seems to be the reality with 2 first-round draft picks. The other thing to keep in mind is there will be some free agents potentially at the end of this season. We'll see what the Houston Texans do with C.J. Stroud. That's a big one. Of course, Baker Mayfield may be out there if Tampa Bay can't get a deal done. So there's definitely some names, whether they're retreads or guys that may need new scenery. It appears the Browns are going to do what we all didn't want them to do, Chad, and that's try out what Deshaun Watson has or doesn't have one last time, even if that's at the expense of Shador Sanders' growth, Dylan Gabriel's growth. Taylor Green getting no reps in training camp. I know he was a late-round pick, but I'd be curious. And maybe I'm in the small group here of people that would like to see at least what Taylor Green looks like. He has all the attributes. I'm not saying start him this year, but I'd rather him be getting some reps than the guy we know is more than likely off the roster in 2027. I know that's not going to happen. The Browns are going to see what they have. But I also go to the fact, and we got to go to break here in a minute. I'm going to kick it back to you for some final thoughts on this. But with Deshaun Watson, it's like, well, the money. The money's the lowest it's ever been in terms of how much they owe him. Yeah. And the Miami Dolphins ate $99 million in cap space to get Tua Tagovailoa off their roster. Tua Tagovailoa, none of the off-the-field problems. Of course, on the field, couldn't stay healthy, the concussions. But that all to be said, they could definitely eat the money if they wanted to get out of this, to be done and move forward. I just don't get it. I don't get it. So that's kind of where I'm at. And, of course, we have our guy Nate chiming in here. They better stop caring about what bro is making because he's ass. We kind of agree there, Nate. Sure. So and then of course he, being a Cincy guy, said either way, Cincy's gonna put belt to ass. Well, we'll see, buddy. We'll see.
Might be right about that too. Who knows?
We'll see.
I don't really care what the Browns. I think you're right. I think that the biggest difference between what the Dolphins did with Tua and what the Browns aren't doing with Deshaun Watson is ego. It comes down to ego. It shows you that. I think this really does show you, because I think Andrew Berry would admit it. I think if it were just a financial thing, and it weren't on the owner, right? If Jimmy Haslam didn't have to eat that massive ego hit that it would be, let's be honest, to cut Deshaun Watson or whatever last summer, whatever, and to eat that money, I think Andrew Berry would just have made the decision. Like if the owner didn't have any kind of tie in it, Andrew Berry is not afraid to make those moves and to pull the trigger on certain things. And he's admitted, things in the past, whatever, maybe didn't go so well. I don't think it's an Andrew Berry thing. I think this kind of proves to you that this was a Jimmy Haslam. Like, go get Deshaun Watson, go get the whatever. And I don't know. I could be totally wrong on that, but it has that feel to me. It has that underlying tone of like, who in that building really has the biggest, problem being vulnerable when it comes to ego and making the
Right.
a decision. And yeah, I get it. He admitted it was a swing and a miss, but now here we are, right back in he's quarterback one right now.
Yeah.
For a swing and a miss, you would think that the next thing would be a roster move next, right? He's gone.
You would think.
Yeah.
You would think. But
I just can imagine Andrew Berry going to the owner and go, "Hey man, let's not take the let's keep this guy on the roster. Let's please handcuff my roster development for one more year so we can give him $90 million and let him play." Like, it just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, Jimmy Haslam's playing by the 3 outs rule. So it was a swing and a miss, but that was out number 1. Or maybe out number 2. I mean, who knows, man? It's we live in an upside down world when it comes to the guys in Berea. We'll see if they can figure it out. Week 1, preseason week 1. This Saturday, the Browns play the Bears. We'll keep an eye on that. Of course, you'll see just a little bit of Caleb Williams, I'd imagine, on the other side for the Bears. But a lot of their second unit, I'd imagine, except for guys battling. You're not going to see too much of Caleb Williams because the Bears, unlike the Browns, don't have a quarterback discussion to be had. All right, we're going to take a quick pause here on Inside Edge Primetime. When we come back, if you ever thought about the one that got away, and no, I'm not talking about relationships. It's okay. Of course, Chad is married, and I'm going to put no quotation marks up because I know I talk to Chad on a daily basis. I know he's married. I am not, but there is
marriage license and everything, AA. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I am not married, and I'm not obviously with anybody. So right now, there is no one that got away from me, and I don't really miss any of my exes. But on the sports side, I'd imagine Chad and I have some thoughts of athletes that got away from, whether it was our baseball team, football, basketball, the one that got away. How do you feel about somebody that got away from your sports team and you wish you had them back? Let us know in the comments who that is for you. And when we come back here on Inside Edge Primetime, we're going to discuss that. That's Chad Bryan to my right. You're right. Everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. This is Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. And we are back right after this.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches, free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Imported coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. What's up, guys? A good abbreviated edition of Unfiltered. Obviously, some technical stuff, but we'll be back full, ready to go 9 p.m. tomorrow on your Thursday, your almost Friday edition of the program. We did talk about a lot in a short amount of time. Obviously, everything from Russell Westbrook retiring to apparently screen time, your kid's IQ, they kind of correlate. Maybe bring it down a little bit. Take them outside once in a while. It's a good thing. Hey, tomorrow on the program, we are going to get into a lot, including an update on the Max Miller situation. Emily Moreno now filing a lawsuit against Miller and his attorney. Plus, crazy scene on a Southwest flight. Someone passing away during a flight. We're going to have all that and more. Your local news, sports, talk, anything you need right here. Unfiltered, 9 p.m. tomorrow, Thursday, right here on the Inside Edge Network.
And welcome back to Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryan to my right, your right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. We're back in the saddle, on the saddle, saddle adjacent here. We had some news to get to at the beginning of the show. Russell Westbrook announcing his retirement from the NBA. Deshaun Watson starting preseason week 1 for the Cleveland Browns. Shedeur Sanders start week 2 for the Cleveland Browns. Those games against the Bears in week 1 and week 2 against the Bills. Keep an eye on all of that. Got so much more to get to here with you. Thanks for being with us. If you haven't already, like, subscribe, follow at Inside Edge Net on all the socials, YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch. Smash that notification bell so you know when we're going live across all of the socials. So 4 daily shows, weekly programming. What else could you ask for here? All your favorite personalities on the Inside Edge Network. And you can read about all those favorite personalities of yours. Chad Bryan, Double A Anthony Alford, Kyle Cornell, Papa Moon, myself. Of course, Autumn Chisholm, who returns next week at 8 p.m. for the Daily Spiral on Monday. For all you Daily Spiral enthusiasts, she is back next week, just getting some well-deserved rest on her vacation.
But we did not fire her. She did not get fired.
No, please don't write any more mean emails. Yeah, oh my goodness. InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Read about all your favorite personalities. Check out our partners page. The Brothers Lounge, of course, the new exclusive sponsor of the Inside Edge Network. We appreciate them. Obviously, I do a ton of shows there. There's a lot of great live music there at Brothers Lounge, 11609 Detroit Avenue. You can also check out Chef Wynn's menu. Has some fantastic eats, whether it's a burger, some wings, fries, a lot of great stuff there at Winning Bites, there at Brothers Lounge. Again, live music, open mics, and just great hospitality from everybody there, from all the staff to the people you meet. We really love it there. The Brothers Lounge, the exclusive sponsor of the Inside Edge Network. Of course, we have Fanatics.com, W Energy, Mosser Moments, Alley Rose Fragrances.com, SportsMemorabilia.com, W Energy, and Omega Video Marketing. Appreciate all of them, and appreciate you at home. So go grab a shirt, a hat, a mug, a polo, a windbreaker, something nice from Cleveland's digital leader and your source for sports, entertainment, mental health conversations, news, and everything in between. And take us on the go with Roku. Whether you're near or far, here we are. Inside Edge Network app on Roku. Take us with you on the road.
Just don't watch in the car.
I mean,
if
you're not driving.
Park safely. Yeah, pull over
yes,
safely.
Yes.
Yeah. Like the Guardians are pulled over on the highway of the AL Central. You can pull over as well and watch all the other teams pass you.
Exactly.
But you'll be fine because you'll be watching us on the road. It's fine.
Yeah, if you're shotgunner in the back seat, that's fine. But if you're driving, hands on the wheel.
Yeah. Or maybe if you get motion sickness, wait till you pull over too, just in case.
Yeah, Chad does a shoulder turn from every now and then. Papa Moon's been asking for it for a week, so maybe we'll get one out of him here soon from one of the breaks. We'll see.
Pretty exclusive. We'll have to see.
Pretty exclusive.
It's a mobility issue at my age, to be honest with you.
Yes. Or as Casey and the guys on Love Island would say, mobility.
Yes, we might have to compromise and figure out some other kind of move.
All right, let's get back into it here. We have much more to get into here. We were discussing, Chad and I, earlier today. I was thinking, LeBron James left twice, obviously the Cavaliers, 2018, the most recent one. He leaves, goes to the Lakers, gets the championship in 2020, now with the Philadelphia 76ers. Francisco Lindor, obviously, there's some people that still feel towards him, but he was a key component to that World Series team that got to the World Series, lost in Game 7 to the Cubs, was literally the heart and soul of our infield, our middle infield, and right next to Jose Ramirez there for the Indians at the time, Guardians. He left in 2021, obviously going to the Mets. So it got me thinking. I asked Chad earlier today, and we figured we'd answer with all of you. Chad, who's your sports one that got away?
Well, mine. So I don't know if this one. Okay. Words were tough.
That was a lot right there. That was
just a lot of sounds. Yeah, some of it was English and some of it was something else.
Have you been working on your Duolingo?
I have, and I'm proud of what I just did right there. To be honest with you, yeah. If you didn't understand it, it's your problem, not mine.
Yeah. All right.
Learn another language. Learn whatever that was. So I don't know if you wanted like current players that are in the league somewhere playing, or just back in the day when I was young. I'm not a kid anymore, but some days. Anyway,
I'm cool with either. If you have one for both, I'm cool with either. I'm cool with one for each.
All right, it's fine. Some days I sit and wish I was a kid again. But yeah, so for me, it's two guys, man. It's not that they both, one spent most, but it's not that they both spent, from the beginning of their career until they left and whatever. But it's Greg Maddux and it's Tom Glavine for me. I grew up a Braves fan, right? Greg Maddux signed in 1992, was a free agent, came over from the Cubs, and that was great. 1993, I believe, actually. Yeah. That was great. Happy about it. Not upset that he spent the first part of his career with the Cubs at all. Glavine was a day one guy, right? He was drafted by the Braves. Was also drafted in the NHL draft, by the way. He's a very good hockey player. But he decided to play baseball. I think that was probably a good decision on his part. Had a nice career, but they both. So Glavine won his 300th game with the Mets, right? Mm-hmm. And then Maddux won his 300th game back with the Cubs again, which is fine. I mean, that's a nice full circle kind of a thing. They probably felt like he was coming home and accomplished a huge milestone there in Chicago, and that's great. I'm glad he got the 300th win. And by the way, Randy Johnson, the last 300 game winner we'll probably ever see, but he's not on this list for me. Just pointing that out that milestone is probably gone in Major League Baseball. That's sad, but it is just the game changes, whatever. But yeah, it's Maddux and Glavine for me. I wish. Well, first of all, it was painful to go watch Tom Glavine pitch for the Mets for a few years. That's a pretty direct rival. I mean, that hurt a little bit, right? I understand. The Braves certainly weren't going to sign him to realistic money, and he has the right. Again, it's free agency. I don't fault the players for it at all. I just wish that Tom Glavine and Greg Maddux had won their 300th game in Braves uniforms. It just feels like, obviously biased as a Braves fan, but it just feels like it would have been more fitting. Like I said, I'm sure Cubs fans are happy that Maddux came home and did the thing, and did the thing. Wow, that was the thing. Right, and a really cool thing is what I was trying to say. He did it. He did the thing. In a Cubs uniform, and it's fine. It's great, but I just personally I wish those guys would have won their 300th games, both of them in a Braves uniform.
Yeah, I mean that's tough for it to be in a Glavine in a Mets uniform is.
I didn't mind. Whatever. Maddux goes to the Cubs, that's fine. I really didn't have a problem with the Cubs. I feel they've gone down a little bit of a notch, I think, since they beat they were the Indians then. But since they beat Cleveland in the World Series, I'm like, whatever, I look at them like that now. But I'm trying not to be petty, right? I don't want to, I'm not going to hold a grudge or anything. I'm good. I can move past it. But yeah, watching Glavine get that 300th win as a Met was like, I'd rather throw up in a bowl and eat it again than just watch it. It was hard for me, man. It was really hard.
That's a tough one.
Yeah.
I have two, and they may not be. Look, Cleveland sports, we don't win a lot, so they may not be like, wow, that really hurt. But I have two that I'll go with. One that may be a little controversial for folks is Kyrie Irving. And I understand Kyrie Irving, the flat earth stuff, and obviously, people have one opinion or the other about, the COVID stuff and him sitting out, the vaccine, all that stuff. Yeah. I'm not here to talk about all that. What I am here to talk about is the guy hit the shot to win the 2016 NBA championship that put us ahead to ultimately win it. He was a key component with LeBron James, Kevin Love to win that NBA championship. And I'm disappointed that we started having discussions about Paul George. And I wasn't very high on Paul George even back then. Mm-hmm. This is a guy that, after he left Indiana, had not succeeded to the point of winning an NBA championship anywhere else. And I just didn't buy that he was going to do it. Obviously OKC was trying to move off of him for a reason at the time. And I just wasn't really sold on the idea of Paul George. And then here comes the Cavs. They now have showed their hand. Kyrie Irving has caught, wind of, hey, they're looking to move off of me. And we get a very subpar package from Boston with Isaiah Thomas and the injured hip and Jay Crowder, Ante Zizic in that package as well. And imagine this. All those guys just went to war against each other in the playoffs the year before. So it didn't make a whole lot of sense to me how we just moved off of one of the most important Cavaliers of all time, so to this day, and it bothers me. And I know some people are like, well, Kyrie went crazy. But I just imagine, obviously, I'm not saying things would have been different in terms of what he thought about or whatever, but imagine all the stuff he kind of went through in terms of his NBA career by the time we got to the COVID days, from Cleveland, winning a championship to basically being kicked out the door a year or two later, being shopped around, goes to Boston, has some success, but then it gets hurt again, obviously, and then Tatum and Jaylen Brown start really making their ascension to the top of that team. So Kyrie's more of an afterthought, a third option there. Goes to Brooklyn. Everything's supposed to be nice, but Kevin Durant, James Harden, and it wasn't nice. They didn't play many games together. So I'd imagine things may have been a little bit different for Kyrie here. Of course, that's a big what-if game, but I also think with having the best doctors in the world, at least here in the United States with the Cleveland Clinic, that Kyrie Irving probably would have stayed on the floor a little bit more too. That's just my personal opinion. So Kyrie Irving getting away does bother me. A honorable mention on the current is Baker Mayfield, but I'll avoid the shitstorm in the comments that could come with that another day because, look, I understand, well, he can't necessarily get you to a Super Bowl. Well, he was a few plays away from going to an AFC championship game. I mean, something we haven't seen in Cleveland. Yeah. And he's won division titles for Tampa Bay. That's another thing. That's my honorable mention. But the one that really, really hurts my soul is Joe Hayden. Yeah. I got to be honest. It's Joe Hayden. This is the guy the Browns drafted top 10. We talk about lifers. Joe Thomas denied wanting to be traded. He said, no, don't trade me. I want to finish as a Cleveland Brown. Yeah. We hope the same for Myles Garrett. Obviously, things change, and we wish him well in Los Angeles. But Joe Hayden should have finished as a Cleveland Brown. I know the contract. They basically said we're moving on, Joe. But Joe Hayden is such a community presence at Cavs games. Still at this point at Cavs games every now and then. Showing face when he was in town, being at, at the time Indians games with Guardians, representing the Guardians. A guy who loved Cleveland so much and playing ball at the University of Florida, coming up here and becoming so Ohio, it's like crazy. I just really wish Joe Hayden could have, the Browns would have found a way to, hey, we'll pay a little bit extra just because you've been with us, do some really rough runs. The almost playoff run in 2007 with Derek Anderson, and then all the losing that he also had to suffer. Another one, I got one more, Chad. I know I'm breaking the rules here, but another one while I'm on it. Zydrunas Ilgauskas.
Okay, Big Z.
Zydrunas Ilgauskas. I know he got his run with Miami. He got to experience some real top-tier basketball, but some guys you just see in your team's uniform, like much like with you with Glavine. It's like you see him in your uniform and you're like, you can't leave. You can't not be a Cavalier. Seeing Z in a Miami Heat uniform may have hurt me more than LeBron at times, to be honest, just because it's like, really? Like, we're just, all respect to the Wild thing, but we have Anderson Varejao and not much else on this squad right now.
Yeah.
So.
To speak to Tom Glavine, to your point, I wore number 47 for a couple of seasons when I was young because of Tom Glavine. But I was thinking about Kyrie Irving the other day and how he must have felt when he was here. And sometimes, and I think I was guilty of this at the time as well. Like, why wouldn't he just stay? Like, who cares about room, whatever. But I mean, think about, and like you said, I mean, you helped this franchise win a championship, right? And then immediately you're talked about as like, well, let's move on. And you wonder, right? Like, well, who can I trust? It was pretty well known at that time that we thought LeBron was probably running, personnel decisions, right? I know the front office is the front office, but LeBron had some pull. He had some say so in there. So you're like, man, I just won a championship. I just ran like 1 and 2 with this guy, and now he doesn't want me here, And I guess you would feel a little bit, I guess, slighted as well, and you probably wouldn't want to be here, and you'd probably have some emotional feelings going out the door. I don't know if that explains the flat earth thing, but I didn't explain that. But I just think, I get why he was upset leaving here, and I didn't used to get it, and now I think I do. It'd be like if we had the show of our life, right? Like if we had like 40,000 live viewers in here, and there were 30,000 comments, and everyone's like, "Oh, it's Chad. He hit the shot, whatever." I don't know what that means in a show, but he did the thing. It was him. Right, he gets credit.
He did the thing.
Yeah, and then I found out the next, tomorrow I'm copied on an email from Double A. It's like, hey, does anybody want this guy? Like, I don't know what to do with him. Like, we're just looking for like a guy with a bad hip to replace him. And I'm like, I already have 2 bad hips. Like, why are you? You know what I mean? Yeah. So I guess I can understand how he would have felt some sort of way or whatever leaving here, and emotional. And the things came out. He said, "Real sports city." Maybe that had less to do with the fans and the surroundings, and it really did with just how he felt about the front office and the way the franchise was run. And I think it just, the comments spilled over and maybe went a little bit too far. I don't think he ever meant it toward the city of Cleveland, right? I don't think it was meant that way.
No, I think that was really his version of, the letter, in vice versa, right? Because you think of all the stuff that went down with LeBron. And of course, Dan Gilbert wrote the letter after the decision about how the Cavs will win a championship before LeBron James.
Yeah.
Because obviously he was very heated. I think that was Kyrie's essentially letter. How Dan Gilbert had one to LeBron. I think when the Cavs shipped him off, roles reversed. Instead of the player leaving the city, the team sent the player off. So I think that was Kyrie's version of the letter, almost. In how Dan Gilbert did it, that's Kyrie basically venting out his frustration because he gave a lot to Cleveland right out of Duke. A year at Duke and not even a full season there. Now he's a Cavalier playing with some really unique lineups. And I use that as a nice way to describe how bad some of those were.
Nice. We always say, if you don't have something nice to say, don't say anything at all. And you could have said anything there, but you said unique. That was nice.
Yeah, you got Andrew Bynum, at certain points. I believe Christian Ienga may have had a stint there. It was rough. I think Antoine Jameson, for a year or two with Kyrie.
I blocked those years out. Those 4 seasons, I think I blocked out. I just don't really remember. There was like a 14 and 68 in there, I think, or 17 and 65.
Alonzo G.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So imagine what he had to go through, and then to get to the top, win the championship, and then a year essentially later, you're shopped around after. Yeah. Again.
That's rough.
The Warriors put together one of the biggest super teams of all time, which was still running. Let's keep that in mind before we go to break here. Keep in mind, they are still running after the Kyrie trade and after the 18 finals. I know they weren't in the finals every year after that, but they still made it back to a finals, I think in 2019 against Toronto, and then they were back in 2022, I believe it was, 21 or 22, against the Boston Celtics. So just imagine.
Why couldn't he just stay? Because this could have been like Cleveland versus But I get it now. I understand.
I know, but if you could, I know it's a big what if. But if you could have just retooled, LeBron's still playing. It's like if you could have just figured some things out. Whatever. That's the one that got away for sure out of all of them.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a really good one. Yeah.
Yeah.
That could have changed the whole face of that. I mean, you could be talking about the Cavs with maybe 3, maybe 4 championships if they'd stayed together for a 8 or 10 year run. You don't know. But instead that relationship was fractured and it fell apart the way it did.
Yeah, not to interrupt you, Chabby, or more June basketball. And I know that's like, well, if they don't win, who cares? I'll tell you this, a lot of Cavaliers fans right now, especially with the moves or lack thereof this offseason, would definitely take some more June basketball. So
competitive June basketball.
Yes.
Not analytical wins. wins on the scoreboard. Like you look up and you've got more points than the other team on the actual scoreboard where everyone else is looking.
Yes, exactly. All right, hey, folks, we got to go to a quick break. We will let you know. I know you heard in the promo on Unfiltered, and we teased it a little bit earlier on yesterday. We are going to move. It's okay. Double A does this every now and then, so I'm going to take a page out of his book. We're going to move our all-around athlete discussion till tomorrow. We are going to revisit it tomorrow, or we're going to visit it really technically for the first time on air with all of you. Chad and I have been discussing this with Brock Lesnar announcing his retirement earlier last week. Where does he rank among all the all-around athletes? You think of some of these guys that play baseball and football at the same time, or basketball and whatever, and you think of track, you think of all these guys. We're going to talk about the best all-around athletes. Is Brock Lesnar number one? We'll have some discussion about him and some other guys that have been multi-sport stars. So we'll do that tomorrow. But coming up after the break, we go way back. We send Chad in the time machine. You've been waiting for it. We're going to send him back, see what he finds on this date in history on August 12th. He'll come back with a bunch of facts. We have some other stuff to discuss as well. We mentioned, of course, about an iconic franchise. If you're still wondering, we'll get to that a little bit later on as well. And we may talk a little music. Chad always likes discussing some music. We'll see, potentially, what's going on. I know your brain's always...
guy, right? Yeah, okay, whatever.
Yeah, whatever. I know Chad can play at 1, 2, 1, 2. So we'll see.
Machine.
Well, yeah, he'll go to his time machine. We'll be back right here on Inside Edge Prime Time on the Inside Edge Network. That's Chad B to my right. You're right. Everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon, and we're back right after this.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and a nicely crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. SportsMemorabilia.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Alley Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Mosser Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Mosser Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Mosser Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
So, do you like a steak dinner in the nude? I can't believe this. We talked last night on Midnight Run. A restaurant in South Beach once a month offering steak dinners at their steakhouse fully naked. It's a vision of the chef. Unreal. We talked about that. A lot of things going on in the world of sports entertainment. I want to dive more into this tonight, though. The Ohio State-Michigan rivalry. I got a quarterback in Michigan, Bryce Underwood, saying that it's just another game. Is that true? Do generations that come after us look at sports differently? Like, to a younger generation, is Ohio State-Michigan just another game? So we're going to dive into that, plus a lot more. Also, what's your approval rating of Stephen Vogt? We got that covered up, and we get you set for Browns, Bears, all that and a lot more coming up tonight on Midnight Run.
And we're back on Inside Edge Prime Time here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryan, he went back in time. He's to my right, you're right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. We've discussed so much. I don't know if Chad remembers much of it because, again, he went back in time. We're not positive what he quite remembers, but he has done it, folks. He went in the time machine, as you'll see right here. Boom, there he is. Yes, Chad, welcome back to 2026, buddy. August 12th, 2026.
I feel like I just took a really bad nap.
Yeah, I'll be honest, man. I know I told you earlier earlier today and yesterday even, I was kind of feeling a little under the weather. The weather changes and, my body's been aching, so, throat's a little sore, kind of just going through the transition, as sad as it is.
Knees weak, arms are heavy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Just feeling a little sore going into that fall transition, which we're not out of summer yet, but, the exciting thing is football, but the sad thing is it'll get cold again and my sinuses will hate me for a second. But I'll be honest, I probably don't feel as sore as you do, man. You were flying through the last 100 years or so. 130 years almost. My goodness, you've been flying for quite some time. I'm glad you're back. I don't really worry about you anymore. I know, we've had a discussion, myself and the Bryan household about, hey, guys, I'm just as worried as you guys are.
Yeah.
Like, I understand the panic that goes on in the household. I'm right there with you. I'm on air as this is going on. I don't understand how he does it, but, I let, obviously, your little ones know, like, your dad's a legend, and I let your wife know, like, you're dating you're married to a superhero, I almost said, you're dating.
Yeah, hold on, I'll be right back. I gotta figure out what's going on.
Well, that was almost eloquent as much as I could put in. Then at the end, I just fumbled it like Biner. All right, back to you, bud.
Not like Biner. No, not like Biner. Well, listen, I always feel a little weird when I come back from these things or whatever. It's a quick trip. It seems like it takes a lot longer than just like a 3.5 minute break. But when I get back, it's weird. I feel like I've been gone for a couple weeks. But yeah, I always think like, okay, I'm black and white, no problem. As long as it doesn't affect like any of the things, like the slides that I bring back with the information on, we're good. So we'll just start.
Yeah.
Back. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Gosh dang it, Chad. I literally just said I trusted you. I trusted you.
This is new. This hasn't happened before.
Oh, well, cool. I'm glad you pulled out tricks in the beginning of August. We've been doing the show for 8 months. Now you decide to do something wonky? All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
Technically, it's mid-August. It's the 12th. Whatever. So back in 1336, English King Edward III bans wool export to Flanders. What? What is it? That Flanders? Whatever. At least that one's in color. Hey, Grant's a company, whatever. I don't know, selling wool. I don't know what happened here. It doesn't matter. I just don't understand how Ned Flanders was involved in this. And it makes me think the Simpsons really do have something going on. If Ned Flanders was cruising around back in 1336, that's the only way I can really decipher this one, man.
Yeah, I mean, King Bands
Had to be
wool
Ned
exports.
Flanders, right?
Yeah, first off, it had to be Ned, or Mr. Flanders, as the rest of the household calls him. And, you also think about just how crazy it was, the export. We talk about, how important things are in terms of, going in and out of different countries and getting, clothing or, whatever, a bunch of stuff. Just to think that was going on. I always say this when you pull something out of this far back, to think that this was still going on, like, just crazy, man. Why can't we all get along, man? I just don't understand it.
Because it all comes down to greed, man. Everybody wants everybody's money.
I know.
Whatever.
Even Ned Flanders, ridiculous.
Well,
He didn't want the money, but I guess he got in trouble because he wasn't given enough money.
And what's going on with by the way, Flanders' outfit there? Is that I noticed there was like a kind of a peach tone in between but he's yellow. I thought, does he have a false collar on? What is going on? Anyway, it doesn't matter. We're gonna move on.
Okay.
You know who could help him with that collar?
Who?
This next fella. Look at that. American inventor
Wow.
Isaac Singer in 1851 patents his famous sewing machine.
Wow, that's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, it caught my eye because I was watching my wife sew some things for my kids. She was fixing something for one of my kids the other night, and I thought that's so cool that you know how to do that, And then the fact that people know how to use a sewing machine, and we had like a really cool sewing machine when I was a kid. It was like flipped over from under. I thought that was really cool. I probably tried to play with it. I'm sure my parents were like, "No, don't touch that. First of all, it's old. Second, you're gonna sew your hand to your leg or something." But I thought we had a sewing machine. It was really cool. And in 1851, this was the day, August 12th, 1851, Isaac Singer patents his famous sewing machine.
That's really cool. Now, I've never done any sewing myself. I am scared of exactly what your parents have brought up. Just sewing, my hand to the machine or something. I mean, something crazy. And I got to be honest, Chad B. I'm not a big scary guy, as you've learned over doing the show with me. And, I just don't do a lot of horror things. But when I think this is going to sound so crazy, and here we are at 11 o'clock. That's what happens when they let us go to 11:30. But I think of
that decision, by the way.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Oh,
when he's sewing his mask, and obviously other things going on in that movie that I won't gross anybody out with, but that's think about where sewing machines have come from 1851 to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yeah, I don't think Isaac Singer. I don't think that's what he envisioned.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think anybody envisioned what happened in that movie. I mean, let's just move on.
Yeah, speaking of Leatherface, no, that's not a good segue. That doesn't even work at all. Would that be crazy if I could segue Leatherface? That would have been amazing, but I can't do that. Here we are on the screen. There we go. In 1908, the Ford Motor Company. I don't know why I got so high pitched there. Puberty stuff. They built their first Model T car, which Henry Ford himself tested on a hunting trip to Wisconsin and northern Michigan. Legend says as soon as he got back, he had a safety recall waiting for him on that very first Ford. So
yeah.
Airbags can deploy or something.
It's so cool though. I love reading about history, man. World history, American history in terms of some of the accomplishments that happened. Think of Ford, and obviously the cars, and getting the automobiles going, and just other inventions across time. The railroad system and the battle on oil, just different things, man. I love kind of finding my way throughout history. I haven't done it in quite some time in terms of just listening to some history stories, but this is stuff I'm fascinated in because we wouldn't really be obviously in the situation we are in now in 2026. 118 years later? Crazy to think, but 118 years later, and we'd be kind of still walking or riding bikes and to think from the first Model T car, and now I know not the same company obviously, but now you have electronic cars or things like that. I mean, who would have thought where we're at? What's next, man? I was talking to Pop Moon the other day. I said, are we gonna get cars that if you accidentally drive into the water, they just have the floaties that come up and you start they turn into different wheels? I mean, I don't know.
Windows go up, the tires go sideways or whatever.
We got to work on that.
Yeah, suddenly you got an Evinrude, you got an outboard motor back there, whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we got to work on that, Chad. When we have our show meetings, obviously we have them after the show. Typically, pulling the curtain back for a moment. Maybe we need to discuss tonight about inventing that because clearly nobody's thought of that.
Yeah, Yeah, I can think some. I can think of some inventions. I could do something. Well, we could try. But if you like history, if you're fascinated by historical things,
Yes.
well, the Model T thing definitely happened. You can look that up. This one, I don't know. This one's shrouded in mystery. This one may not be a thing. But I found it fascinating that
Okay.
as I'm looking through, and I always use the website onthisday.com. I will give them a nice little shout out on the show because I use them every week on the show. I found this little tidbit, and I've heard about this before, but I had to look into it a little bit more today. This is crazy. In 1943, it's the alleged date, August 12th, 1943, the alleged date of the first Philadelphia experiment test on the United States Navy ship, the USS Eldridge. Do you know about the Philadelphia experiment? Do you know what that entails?
No, you're gonna have to fill me in a little bit here, bud.
Okay. So supposedly, a lot of people say that the Navy was experimenting with some technology to either make a ship invisible,
Okay.
or to teleport a ship, some really high frequency electronic thing, whatever. And I think what the case was, I think they were trying to maybe wrap it in maybe like some high frequency electrical cables to try to neutralize the magnetic field to hide from magnetic sea mines. But somehow what happened, the story that came out was that they tried to teleport this ship from one bay to another, and they were successful. They did it.
Okay.
But when they found the ship again, supposedly there were guys that were like, they had become one with the metal of the ship, right? It was terrible what happened. They were like melded into the metal of the ship, and people were supposedly like taking a lot of pain, dying horrible deaths. Obviously, this is the type of thing that if it were real, people go, well, why didn't it make the news? Well, the military wouldn't tell you, hey, we tried this top secret thing and we killed a bunch of our own people. Hey, sorry about that. But this one probably is supposedly. Now, this is what happened, but official ship logs seem to show that the USS Eldridge was either safely docked or traveling elsewhere during the dates that it supposedly teleported. So, it's a little bit of a grain of salt, but I just found it fascinating that this little, supposed story made it onto onthisday.com. I was amazed to see it there. So I used
Pretty crazy. Now, let me ask you this before we move on. Do you believe it happened?
Probably not. I think the more mundane explanation is probably what happened. I think they were really trying to hide it from magnetic sea mines. I think somebody saw that. They probably saw some green coronal discharge because of the high frequency electrical, whatever. Thought that was weird and then ran with the story, and then they came back and maybe the ship wasn't there anymore, and they're like, oh, what? I don't know. Who knows why that story became what it is now? But I think sometimes you have to look at the more mundane, explanation of things, and that's probably what the truth is, especially with the ship logs that show that it wasn't even in the area at the time. So, but again, those things could listen. If you're a hardcore believer in it, I mean, don't let me talk you out of it. Those things could be doctored afterwards. I'm not saying whatever. It's just my personal belief that this did not happen. So
yeah, it could be a bad case of seasick.
It could be
seasickness. Yeah, who knows?
Could be. Well, speaking of mysteries, right? Mm-hmm. We often wonder why our baseball team here in Cleveland can't get guys in scoring position really, or can't hit when guys are in scoring position. Well, in 1948, Eli, they didn't have that problem because look at this. In a 9-inning game on August 12th, and I didn't look up all the details because I was disgusted. I didn't really want to. 29 hits for the 1948 Cleveland Indians in a 9-inning game. 29 hits.
Dude,
29 hits.
That's insane.
I looked up the box score and I was like, I'm not doing it. I'm not going to make myself feel bad. I'm not doing it.
And here's the thing, Chad B. It doesn't sound crazy when you break it down by average, 3.2 hits per inning. That's a lot for Guardians fans right now. Like, that's like getting 3 guys on base and maybe not bringing them home, but still at least getting 3 guys on base, which we don't see a lot of. And obviously, a little dig there at the Guardians offense. I'm a Cleveland guy through and through, but right now, me, like everybody else, has been feeling pretty disappointed when it comes to how they've been playing for most of these days recently. End of, really all of July and then here in August. But 3.2 hits per inning. I'm just, man, bro. 1948. We talk about that like Cubs fans talk about the 100 years ago. We're starting to get on that for us now. But that's what it's starting to feel like. Like, these are like tall tales. Like, I know they happened. Obviously, I'm a believer that history has happened. I just said I'm a history nut. But it's like, man, dude. Like, you're telling me we used to have a good offense, even as recent as the 90s, which is crazy because that wasn't very recent. But even as recent as the 90s, and now... I know. I get it. Look, I mean, in 97, I was, a young man. I was just being born, Chad. And clearly you were also in your prime. All right, let's get to the next one.
I was an 18-year-old infant. Well, by a lot of accounts, that's probably true. So the next one, this is not very long. Just 1 year later. 1 year later in 1949. Look at this.
Wow.
The 16th NFL Chicago All-Star Game. This is weird. Okay, so Philadelphia, the Eagles. Our guy Steve Van Buren. Remember him from our top 5 Eagles list? He was
yes.
The Eagles ran over a team of college All-Stars. 38-0 in front of a crowd of 93,780 people. I don't know how they didn't know they were 782 or whatever, but whatever. I guess they had paid attendance. So I had to look this up because I didn't know what this was. This was it's called. Well, they I guess they referred to it as the. It's just a I don't know. It was just an all-star game. Whoever won the Super Bowl or the NFL championship, whatever it was, because this actually went on until 1976.
Wow.
Eli.
Against college stars?
Yeah. So the last team to partake in this was the Pittsburgh Steelers. On July 23rd, they played a team of college all-stars. They won 24-0. But it was, like all things, it had to come to an end because of guys were, I think teams were just concerned about draft picks getting hurt, stars getting hurt. Guys were starting to make too much money. The insurance was too much to deal with. It just became too much of a liability, like a lot of things, right? You can't do these exhibition games with pro athletes really that often. People freak out about the World Baseball Classic, whatever. Well, how do you take them out of their season? And this was exactly that, right? You're playing a summer game. Nobody's ready. This was always in July or August. So this ran from, we had some pretty wild scores in this. This ran from 1934 until 1976. Like I said, the first team to participate in this was the Bears. They played a team of college all-stars. They tied, scoreless tie. The next year, the Bears had their revenge, though. They won 5-0. So there were some. This was actually the biggest blowout of all the all-star games. It was 38-0. The Eagles ran over college all-stars.
That's crazy. And you think now with NIL, of course it would never happen. But just with the NIL money and there are a lot of rookies that come into the league and do very, very well. Of course, you still have the age gap from veterans that have been playing 10, 15 years in the league to, college kids. But you always wonder, would they ever bring this back as just, the best of the best college stars? Like you're going to put together a college all-star like they did here. But, in that case, even years ago, Burrow, Jefferson, Chase, some of the best linemen today, that were playing in college at the time. Of course, it probably would still be the same result, but you get curious, especially with NIL money. Now you could offer, extra compensation for them playing the game. I'm curious, but of course, sometimes curiosity, it doesn't always mean that it's a good idea. So maybe we move on and see what else you found in the time machine.
Yeah, I will say real quick, Georgia Tech legend Bobby Dodd was one of the assistant coaches for the All-Star team, the college All-Star team. And, they might have gotten off to a better start if it wouldn't have been for Clyde Smackover Scott.
Wow.
Fumbled on the opening possession. Yeah, he fumbled, and then Steve Van Buren ended up scoring a touchdown. It was all Eagles after that.
Come on, Smackover. Don't be a pushover.
Like Smackover, and then you're going to fumble the damn ball. Come on, bro.
Smackover.
I was disappointed to see that. When I was at that game live, I was disappointed in that.
I get it. That probably heartbreaking.
Well, it turns out the Beatles had a big August 12th.
Okay.
In 1966. Just 1 year alone. The Beatles. You remember the rock group, the Beagles? They sang that song, Three Dog Night. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's the 66. Yeah, the 66 Beatles. No, that's not how you do that. This is the 49 Eagles. Doesn't matter. Look what the Beatles did. Okay, so on 1966, or not on 1966, but in 1966 on August 12th, it was the last Beatles concert tour of North America. That began with 2 shows at the International Amphitheater in Chicago. We had the Chicago All-Star Game. They had the Beatles going on in Chicago.
That's cool.
Not only that, so it was the first day of the tour. They had to have a little bit of a press conference, and John Lennon had to talk to the people because he had made a comment that didn't sit well with some people, and you can understand why. He had to apologize for saying that the Beatles were more popular than Jesus. So before that show in Chicago, he said at the Astor Tower Hotel, he said, "Listen, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. Got a little carried away. Sorry. Saying we draw a crowd, right? We draw a crowd." So I don't know if you know this. But this is a funny one. So maybe he was on to something, Eli.
Okay.
Because Longview, Texas radio station KLUE held a Beatles bonfire on this day to burn Beatles records and memorabilia because it says more popular than Jesus. The next day, the station was struck by lightning.
That's actually crazy. I mean,
That's crazy, right?
I mean,
That's wild.
I mean, Lennon was definitely tripping with the comment, and I love John
Absolutely,
Lennon.
he was. Yeah, absolutely.
But that is insane, dude. That's actually insane, dude. I mean, the Beatles were so polarizing and still are to this day. Like, I obviously I got my start. For those tuning in for the first time, obviously I shouldn't say obviously because you're tuning in for the first time, but I create music. I'm a music artist. I book shows here in Ohio and out of state. And I started in hip hop and rap, but I love everything, Chad. And I think every genre of music teaches you something, and the Beatles teach pure songwriting, that you don't always have to have a ton of lyricism, though it's great, and I'm a lyrical enthusiast. I really enjoy lyrics and hearing somebody tell a story. Sometimes the story is told in just a few subtle words, and that's what the Beatles did in a lot of their songs. So I really enjoy it, and I think a lot of people, whether you're an artist that's been working for a long time or an artist just starting off, I believe you can learn a lot about songwriting from the Beatles. I mean, again, they are talking about a yellow submarine in one of their songs, and they don't have any lyrics except for
don't overthink it, right? Yeah,
they're just in a yellow submarine. I mean, that's pretty cool. So, all right, some Beatles lore, I love it.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Big day for them back on August 12th, 1966, and August 13th, as it were, because that's when everything came to a head. But just a few years later. And we talked about one of the iconic franchises in the NBA being up for sale and really sold at this point, right?
Yep.
We haven't talked about it yet. We mentioned it briefly, and it makes me wonder what that amount was, because on this day, August 12th, 1969, the Boston Celtics were sold. It says I don't like that. I don't like that grammar at all there. But they were sold for an NBA record $6 million. And it's funny when you start to see what some of the pro franchises have gone for over the last, just a few years, almost makes that feel affordable, right? Like,
yeah. I mean,
$6 million is wild.
NBA veteran minimum contract, essentially. I mean, a little bit more than the minimum, but that's basically what it was. I mean, that's insane. And the Boston Celtics, obviously, a historic franchise, and we'll get to. I know we're up against it, but we got some more to see what Chad found from the time machine. And we'll get into another franchise here at the end of the show that was moved for a crazy amount. Because $6 million, you couldn't even afford 100th of the share, it feels like. I mean, my goodness gracious.
I mean, yeah, you're sitting here in 2026. You can get a 40-year-old 3-and-D guy. Well, it used to be a 3-and-D guy. Now he's just a 3 and I don't know, maybe get some ice on his knees guy. Or you could buy a whole franchise back in 1969. So whatever. 1991, this day, Metallica, the Black Album. It's just called Metallica, but a lot of people refer to it as the Black Album. It was released on August 12th, 1991. One of the formative albums of my child. Well, not my child. Well, I was 12. Yeah, of my childhood, really. Listen to it. One of the albums that I could listen to front to back. It was on cassette tape because I'm old. Could listen to it front to back, no skips. Just a great album. One of the, I think, iconic rock albums of all time. Was released on this day back in 1991.
I mean, that's insane. And I got to ask you, too. I know we're about to come back here in just a moment. And we're back. Oh, my goodness. Look at us.
Better? Yeah.
Yes, you look great. Are you a Zeppelin guy or are you a Metallica guy?
I mean, if I had to pick between the two, I love Metallica, but I got to go Led Zeppelin, man. I mean, Led Zeppelin, the entire catalog. Not that Metallica's catalog isn't great, but I'll be honest with you. There are a couple of Metallica albums toward the end that sort of fall off for me a little bit that I can't really – I'm like, I don't relate to this anymore. But that's not to say that the full body of work doesn't appeal to someone out there. Metallica's they're clearly one of the pioneers of rock and roll. They also have a huge part in college football with Virginia Tech and the whole Enter Sandman run. It's awesome from that album, by the way. So that's really cool. It's one of the coolest college football really runouts that there is. Really, maybe the coolest. Really, it gives me chills every time. Not a Virginia Tech fan, but that gives me goosebumps. But yeah, if I had to pick between the two, just personal preference, I'd go Led Zeppelin.
Absolutely. Okay. All right. Another cool band. They're newer, but Greta Van Fleet. I don't know if you've heard of them.
Okay.
But they have some real cool, like, older rock sound.
Okay.
I discovered them.
Not Greta Van Fleet from like CNN, right? Like
No. Greta Van Fleet. They're a band out of Michigan, and I discovered them back in, I want to say 2018, maybe 2019. They are very, very good. I think you'd enjoy them based off of where their kind of their sound is, and they're fun. They're a lot of fun. And I know we're up against it, and we had a little bit of a plan there. It felt like to talk some music. So maybe we revisit that tomorrow with some more time in terms of maybe some of our favorite albums of all time, because you showed that Metallica album.
I will say I got approval from my wife on this. She said, "You picked wisely. Whole Lot of Love." That was our that was our wedding song. We walked out at our wedding reception to Whole Lot of Love. So
heck yeah. See, all this time I thought you came out to the Stone Cold theme song.
Well, you would think, or like the John Cena theme song.
Yeah,
no, not the other. You don't want that at a wedding, yeah.
Yeah, you can't see me. Oh, okay. Don't do that. Don't do that. But yeah, I think tomorrow, what we'll do, we will have our athlete talk. We talked to everybody about it. We'll do our all-around athlete talk. We've been kind of teasing that here and there throughout the last week or so. And we will definitely do, maybe not top 10. That's a very tough ask. Maybe
top 3 or 4 albums each, maybe.
We'll do that.
And just,
We'll do top 3 albums. Okay. And everybody out there listening, a disclaimer before tomorrow. If we, leave a few albums out, it's not necessarily because we don't rock with them. It's because we're literally going to put this list together in like 12 hours, 24, I guess, technically, but, we got to get some sleep too. So we're going to put this list together and we're going to, put it to the best of on-the-spot ability. But I think there's some fun ones. Chad and I were discussing earlier, actually last weekend, about some cool albums we have thought about. So can't wait to go over that tomorrow with you. The thing we have talked about as well, we got a few minutes here left. Chad, we'd be remiss if we didn't mention that the Los Angeles Lakers, you talked about those Celtics being sold for $6 million? $6 million? Well, the Lakers sold for $12.5 billion, as I put my Dr. Evil pinky up. I mean, that's crazy. I mean, we don't have a ton of time to divulge into it right now, but I think my main thought is if you're a franchise right now, you got to be concerned. If you're a sports fan more so, you got to be concerned about where this is going. This is kind of the same mold that the Dodgers went into in terms of, a big group. They have a ton of money. They're going to be able to capitalize. And I will not put it past the Lakers to have a big offseason, next offseason, go bring in some big free agents. And you wonder, as a sports fan, are there any true owners that truly stick to, hey, this is my franchise. It's going to go through the family. If we pass it along, it's somebody that's going to hold on to it for a long time. And that wasn't the case. This has moved very, very quickly. And now it's to Joshua Kushner, Bob Iger, former Disney CEO. And this is concerning, Chabby. I know we don't have a ton of time, but this is concerning.
It is concerning. You talk about my dream has always been to buy a sports franchise, but I can only afford like $4 or $5 billion. They're starting to
right.
They're just really outshining me now as far as financials go. But in all seriousness, I'm really happy for Dodgers owner Mark Walter. I'm glad that he made $2.5 billion. I think he saw that report where the Dodgers had $1.1 billion of deferred money, and he was like, "Wait, how much?
Yeah,
damn, I got to sell the Lakers. I got to do something. I got to do something." A lot of people think it's because he's under, a little bit of a federal investigation for some things, but maybe not. Maybe it's just to pay that deferred money to Shohei Ohtani and the gang down the road. But it's concerning for the fact that, like you said, families aren't going to be able to. How can a family? Okay, let's say you're the last line of the team has been passed down to you, right? And your family acquired it for $4.5 million back in 1964. And you've got someone knocking on your door, this conglomerate, this huge corporate conglomerate of all these CEOs, and they go, "Hey, we'll give you like $14 billion for the team." And you go, it's kind of a family thing. I don't know. I mean, I get it. You may be worth that much money because you own a franchise, but you don't have those kind of liquid assets. If you sell the franchise, now you have $14 billion in liquid money. Like, you're going to do that. I mean, the allure of that is too much. And it worries me that it's all these, they're going to be company owned, right?
We need more loyalty in the game. We talk about all the time with athletes. We need more loyalty in the game. That's what's going to save this turning into, where the big cities and these big, like you said, conglomerates or groups, that can have these sports teams. That's where it becomes real, real tricky. We saw it in baseball with the Dodgers, hence why we're going to a lockout, and the murmurs are that the Players Association is not taking a salary cap. So, you wonder with the NBA, we already see salary cap circumvention with Steve Ballmer and Kawhi Leonard.
What if baseball just never comes back? Like, what's going to happen?
Don't say that. Chad, damn it, Chad. Damn it. At the end of the show, you say we were doing so good tonight.
I ruined it. I blew it.
For real? Come on.
Hey. Doom and gloom.
That, of all things, I just...
Having a tough week.
Right.
I'm going to pass it off to you.
Yeah, we're out of rent. We're out of rent money. Look, we don't got it. We don't got it. No, here, I'm going to do something. Usually Autumn, when we had her at 11 o'clock, she's back again, 8 p.m., Daily Spiral, returning Monday.
Yes,
we'll
not
have
fired.
her back. Not fired. On vacation. On vacation. Please don't send any more mean emails. Please.
No.
We appreciate the support.
Maybe about me or somebody. Like, yeah.
Yeah, tell that Chad needs to do a shoulder shirt every now and then, or Papa Moon's going to ask me every night. All right, but with all that being said, we're going to bring AA Anthony Alford in here just for a moment before midnight run. Here we got to switch it back to us real quick before we go to his studio, because I got to show him something here from way back Wednesday. AA Anthony Alford, everybody, we're bringing him in. AA, hello.
Yo, what's up?
Hey, we have a question for you. Actually, I have a question. Chad Morso presented it. Have you ever heard about the Philadelphia experiment?
I have not, no.
Well, you know what, AA? We're going to pull this up here for you, and Chad's going to give you a quick breakdown here. This is in 1943, AA, on this date, because you're before midnight now, so you're technically in the August 12th category here with all of us.
You same day guy. Look at you.
Yeah, look at that. The alleged date of the first Philadelphia experiment test in the United States Navy ship USS Eldridge. Chad, can you give a quick abbreviated version to AA? I know he was getting ready for the show. He may have missed during that part. Can you give an abbreviated version about this very pleasant story?
Yeah, it's just the beginning of the tush push. No, that's not it. So there was a naval ship. Well, you see it there, the USS Eldridge. That's the thing. Supposedly on this date, there were witnesses that saw that the U.S. Navy were doing some experiments on the Eldridge, and they wrapped it in a bunch of electrical cables or whatever. And so people saw some green lights flashing or whatever. Now, some of these people, AA, say that they saw the ship just vanish. Boop, it's out of sight. It's gone. Right. And they said that when the ship was located, it was found in another port. It had teleported to somewhere up the coast in Virginia. And when they got there and they found the USS Eldridge, they were naval men. They were a part of the metal. They got fused to the metal because of the whatever. This is where the science loses me a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah. I think the more mundane explanation is that they were wrapping it. It's called degaussing. They were wrapping it in electrical cables to neutralize the magnetic field to hide from magnetic sea mines. And I think some people just maybe carried it a little too far. This is high frequency, so you're going to see some coronal discharges, which probably look green. I guess that's where the green mist came from. But yeah, this story got a little wild. It's been carried on for all these years, and they say no. Ship logs show that the Eldridge wasn't even in the area of the experiment when this supposedly happened, but people say, they went back after that was after the fact. They doctored those ship logs. It was there, and I saw it. It turned green. It disappeared. It went to Virginia, and these guys were, I don't know, they were real seamen. I guess they were part of the ship for real. But I don't know. I kind of think this maybe is a little carried away. I think they were just trying to hide from some sea mines. But that's the story. It's stuck around for 80 years now.
I was thinking back to like 10th grade history class.
Yeah.
In like second period.
Okay.
And I loved the class. I loved my teacher and my classmates and stuff. But there were a few moments in that class where I just, you get into a chapter and you just lose it. Like I have nothing to offer. I just hope I passed the test.
Yeah.
Is
that was kind of a flashback to that moment. Oh my God, I just hope I passed the exam.
Yeah. I think I think the positive thing is if this did happen, when they did find those naval the Navy guys in the ship, they at least had their clothes on. It wasn't that first Monday of the month that stick out from Florida. So
all right.
And it's not to be confused with the Cleveland experiment of 2026, which I know you'll get into, of course, coming up here in just a moment. AA, Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders.
That ain't no experiment. That's DEFCON 30. But go ahead. Yes,
absolutely. Well, that's gonna do it for us, Inside Edge Prime Time. We appreciate AA jumping.
No. I got one other thing.
Okay. Hey, we'll stay around.
No. I get lonely. Don't leave.
No, I do. I do. No, I got one other thing.
Yes.
Actually, I do need you to switch to my studio, though.
All right, let's switch around. See who else sticks around. We may lose one of us. Oh, we lost AA.
Oh, well, there he goes.
We got him back.
Damn it. All right.
How do we lose him in his own studio?
That's cold-blooded.
You see what they do to me, folks?
I thought he teleported to Virginia.
You see this? You see what they're doing to me? Treating me like... So I'm a little...
It's a hard knock life.
I want to apologize to our audience and to you guys. Actually, more so Eli, because he's going to be producing my show tonight, as he does every night. But today it's going to be a little bit tougher.
Okay.
I'm emotionally scarred right now.
Oh, no.
Okay.
I watched the Tyler Perry movie before our evening stream.
Okay.
Thought you went to a steakhouse in Florida.
From start to finish. Really good movie. I'll actually show you the movie right here.
Okay.
Yes, I watched for the first time. This is almost a 20-year-old movie. The Family That Prays.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tyler Perry. This is a great movie. Great movie. A lot of great stars. You see Kathy Bates. You see, in the background, a woman who was in Love and Basketball, who's my crush. Fine. She's in it. Twice. Pete Henson. She's in it. Just Tyler Perry's in it too. He made the movie. He stars in the movie. He's a part of it.
Makes sense.
But it's a Tyler Perry movie, which means somebody was cheating for a better part of 2 years. Someone who created a family, all of a sudden, the child's not even the person who, they got married to. It's the cheater. It's their child. It turns out, we were broke this whole time, but the wife suddenly has an extra $200,000 in the bank account.
Come on.
That nobody knew about.
So this isn't
where did it come from? It came from the boss that the wife was banging.
Oh, come on.
And on top of that, the woman who was cheating on a guy who served in the military.
Oh my
Goodness
gracious. Wait, so this isn't like a funny Tyler Perry movie?
Oh, well, I laughed a couple times. Oh, but wait, there's more. By the way, shout out to Robin Givens. Okay. But wait, there's more.
There you go.
So the two women that's at the front of the title screen here,
Yeah.
they go like it's a cross. It's a secondary storyline. They hit the road because they've been working hard and stuff. It was like they hit the road and all that. They're having a great time. They're exploring America, discovering the world and everything.
Yeah.
So guess what storyline they delivered at the end of the road trip?
Oh, don't even say.
Hey, Kathy Bates, your character. Hey, I'm glad you enjoyed this road trip. You have Alzheimer's.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, and it's early onset Alzheimer's. Okay, that's bad. But then, next scene, we're at her funeral.
Come on.
God, man.
After it was discovered, Kathy, her character is the mom of the boss that was having an affair with the woman that was cheating on her military husband.
Come on, Double A.
And then
what?
And then the son, the person that was doing the cheating with the wife, was going to take over Kathy Bates' company.
Bro.
All I want to know is where is human resources? What is happening in this movie?
Robin Givens, who ex-wife of Mike Tyson, was the voice of reason in this movie.
I mean, you know what? Maybe this is the Philadelphia experiment all along.
Are you kidding me?
Maybe this is.
Just watch Rocky 4 next time, man.
Yeah, dude. I mean,
I know Apollo, whatever, but we feel better in the end. Just, man, come on, man.
Oh my goodness, bro. Double A. This is.
Other than that, it was a great movie.
We're over here talking.
We just talked about it. It's a great movie.
Yeah, we're over here talking about your show
It's on
prep.
Netflix.
Like, Double A's studying so hard for his show prep. He's getting ready for the night, and he's over here watching a Tyler Perry movie, a sad one at that. Like,
got the tissues out.
Compared to level of sadness, this is nothing. This doesn't even scratch the surface of Tyler Perry movies.
all right.
Let's talk about Tyler Perry's three little daughters, or my three daughters, whatever the heck it was.
Oh my goodness, Double
And
A.
how the woman cheated on the guy, and then because they weren't happy in their marriage, the woman cheats.
Man.
Woman wouldn't allow custody of the kids. It was like, whatever.
Oh, no.
And then turns out near the end of the movie, she has HIV.
Gosh
Man, he loves that shock diagnosis, doesn't he?
Gosh dang.
Man.
Okay. Double A, I'm calling a timeout. Timeout on the floor here. I'm gonna bring Chad back. Timeout on the floor.
It's like, why did I get a timeout?
Timeout on the floor. Look, dude, we're gonna ask you maybe for tomorrow, maybe your pre-show prep watch like the Puppy Bowl. That happens. You can go watch a rerun of that. Like, maybe watch like the Notebook. I mean, maybe watch something different, man, because we can't have you stressed out. We already know, we're feeling the vibes that you're going to probably talk something Cleveland Browns related with the news today.
Paw Patrol. Well, watch a couple episodes of Paw Patrol.
I mean, my goodness.
Well,
bro, you already get stressed out with the quarterback situation here. Now you're watching about, like, this is as confusing as the quarterback situation in Cleveland.
And y'all want me to date again. Are you kidding me?
I'm not sure.
Who hurt Tyler Perry?
Are you kidding me?
I'm not sure anymore.
To get in that mess?
I mean, Double A, there's definitely a lot of ways. There's a lot of ways.
And then a 4-year affair?
Yeah, they're not all like this. I mean, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I promise. Like,
if your name is William Cartwright, I don't like you right now.
Yeah, that's right, Bill Cartwright. Wait, Bill Cartwright? Not the Bulls legend.
No,
I just shot a Bill Cartwright free throw. I missed it.
Damn, Double A, what do you got against the Bulls legend, dude?
Yeah, come on.
He's scheduling appointments at the hotel across the street from the office every Wednesday.
Oh,
The office. It's a steakhouse.
Yeah. Nude appointments every Wednesday at 12:30.
First Wednesday of the month. Come on down.
First, second, third, and fourth.
Have a seat on the couch.
Oh, no. Not the casting couch. Not the casting couch.
So you see how this looks, right?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. That was a Chris Hansen.
Yeah.
Just care to have a seat?
So why don't you go have a seat? Oh, you can't give me a hug? Oh, no hug for me? Oh, why don't you take a seat? So you're here to see a 15-year-old girl. Now, what brings you here?
Disgusting.
Well, she just wanted a cookie.
Yeah.
You see how this looks?
I just wanted to protect her and bring her some groceries.
We was just gonna have a pizza.
What's in the bag? You know what I mean? Like, and then just like, okay, I got to change the channel.
Bro, that people, we're going to pivot, but let me just make a very strong statement to end the freaking show. Anybody that is that sick and twisted, like, I don't drop F-bombs usually. Fuck you. Like, fuck you. Yeah. Go away. Like, seriously. Like, that, disgusting. All right, Double A. God, you take us on some of the craziest twists and turns before midnight. Are you just like, are you not used to 11:30? Is this like is this your playground right now? Or you just,
all right, fine. I'll be tame. Okay, here we go. Deshaun Watson is the starting quarterback of the Cleveland Browns. There, is that better?
All right, that's all we got for Inside Edge Prime Time.
I feel worse.
That's our crossover from Inside Edge.
Tyler Perry presents as the Deshaun turns. I don't know. I have nothing for you.
Well, no, not the family that
prays together.
Yeah, the quarterback. Oh, I was going to say the quarterback that prays, but all right, look. That's
the
it.
Browns family reunion.
That's all we got for Inside Edge Brian Time. That's our little crossover into Midnight Run. Thank you to my guy, Chad Bryan. We'll see him again tomorrow, 10 p.m. We'll have more to talk about, all-around athlete discussion. We'll talk some music, our top 3 albums that we can come up with in the last 24 hours, the next 24 hours. And don't worry. Don't worry, Double A.
Tyler Perry's Beat the Browns. There it is.
Okay. If you haven't had enough of them, get ready. He's with you for the next hour and 15 minutes. It's Anthony Alford. It's Midnight Run. It's coming up. It's unhinged. Right here on the Inside Edge Network, right after station identification.
Hey now.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
And welcome to Midnight Run here on the Inside Edge Network. It is great to have you along here on the network. My name's Anthony Alfred. It is great to have you on board on this August 12th into August 13th. And we are here on the Inside Edge Network every Monday through Friday right here at this time slot. Remember to like and subscribe at Inside Edge Net across all of our social media platforms. If you're watching us on YouTube, there is a notification bell right underneath us. You might want to, click on that. You get all of our alerts and stuff here on the network. Also, our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. We have great merchandise. Also, you can check out our partners. We have our programming schedule and our personality profiles. You can read in depth why I might be a little traumatized after watching a Tyler Perry movie. Also, if you own a Roku, perfect. We got you. Go to our app, download it. Just search Inside Edge Network on Roku. It is there for you and ready to go. Okay. We got the big news about who's starting at quarterback on Saturday. We'll get to that. But I'm going to start with good news. One of the people who's having the best time in camp is actually Jared Verse. Jared Verse. I want to spend at least a couple minutes talking about the guy who is in camp, who we traded for. Myles Garrett is with the Rams. I want some good vibes to start. Personally, I need good vibes after talking about the Tyler Perry movies. Okay, you understand me? First, things don't got to be all that damn dramatic, okay? Let's make something straight, okay? Let's cut that out. I need some positivity. Brian Baldinger is going to give me some positivity. He was on Pat McAfee earlier today, and he had this to say about Jared Verse.
I guess player or coach, are you kind of higher on than, the average fan or analyst right now going into this season?
Well, I think that, if you look at one of the biggest trades we've ever seen was Myles Garrett to L.A., in essence, for Jared Verse. Jared Verse is a stud, and he's going to have a monster year in Cleveland. Now, he's not Myles Garrett. Nobody else is. But I would say just watch out for the year Jared Verse has. First of all,
yeah, and he gets into all the reasons to get courtesy of Pat McAfee. Verse and Spencer Fano, that's been the battle up front. That has been the battle, and I think both guys have greatly benefited from this deal. Now, listen, this could be, if you're a Browns fan, and most of you are tuning in, what you're hoping for is kind of what happened with Detroit and the Los Angeles Rams with the quarterback trade. Jared Goff going to the Lions, Matthew Stafford going to the Rams. Yes, Matthew Stafford, tier 1 quarterback, veteran, fine. But you got somebody, the Lions have someone in Jared Goff who they, growth potential, the ceiling is higher, or not higher, but the growth is higher, and you can roll, you can win some games, and they have. I think in this case, kind of the same deal. Listen, nobody is going to sit here and tell you that any player that is in the position, in that defensive end position, is better than Myles Garrett. Nobody's going to sit here and tell you that. But sometimes change of scenery for everyone is a good thing. It's a great thing. Myles Garrett did all he could here in Cleveland. Now he's with the Rams. I hope he's healthy. All kidding aside, I really do hope he's healthy. I don't know if he practiced today, but I know he missed a couple practices this week. So hopefully he is healthy. And yes, the Rams, Aaron Donald, he's probably coming back. So they're going to have a scary 1-2 punch with Garrett and Aaron Donald if that comes to be. But injuries are a concern for LA. But that's their problem. What we have here in Cleveland is someone who is a disruptor, somebody who is, making our line up front better, indirectly making our quarterbacks better because he's coming at you. And I like his attitude. Just from what we've heard publicly when he talked, I like the fire. I like the fact that Where I do like him over Myles Garrett, he's not passive aggressive. He's telling you what it is. I even like I'll give you something right now. I even like the fact that on day one, he showed up in his own jersey number. He's like, Dylan Gabriel, get something else. Get another number. I like the fact that he came right in and he did his thing. And with him challenging Spencer Fano, our first-round draft pick, you're making him better too. And he's getting better. Those one-on-one matchups almost every single day. I'm looking over here. Albert Breer of SI.com, Sports Illustrated, had this to say, just overall, just some of the other storylines with the Browns. The offensive rookies, they have not wasted much time making an impact. This week, Fano became the permanent first-team left tackle. Casey Concepcion, Denzel Boston began running exclusively with the starters. And Fano has benefited from being matched up against Verst basically nonstop since the start of camp. So when you're getting those reps are so important. Reps are so important. And you need reps even in everyday life. I will say this selfishly. I think Midnight Run has gotten better since we've gone 5 days. I think InsideEdge Primetime has gotten better since they've moved to 5 days. I know they were 4 days, but going to 5 days, getting the extra reps, against the best every single night. For Jared Verse, and by extension, Spencer Fano, to get these reps is huge. And I think in terms of roster development, both of those guys getting that experience and working with each other every single day is only going to make both players better. And let's remember too, folks, the Los Angeles Rams did not want to give this kid up. They, according to reports, they have been interested in Myles Garrett for the last 2 or 3 years. And the last 2 or 3 years, we've always, the carrot's always been out on Myles Garrett, whether it's from the team or from Myles himself. The whole media tour, media row thing from the Super Bowl last year for Myles Garrett, right? The Rams wanted him then, but the deal just didn't make sense. And of course, we threw money at him. So, that's the other thing. If you throw money at something, you can hold off on things. But Andrew Berry and his team, I will give them credit. They said, look, if you really want Myles Garrett, send Jared Verse over here. And I will give them full credit that they stuck with that, because if Jared Verse was not a part of that deal, Myles Garrett is probably still here in Cleveland, or perhaps traded somewhere else. But he's not in a Rams uniform with that. So I wanted to at least lead with good news with the Cleveland Browns. I think and I'll just say this. I think, and we'll talk more, and I can't wait to see these guys in action. But the fact that both rookie receivers, Casey Concepcion and Denzel Boston, Spencer Fano, and then Jared Verse through trade. The fact that your top 4 newbies on this team has had an impressive showings in camp, that's been huge. And hopefully that will help things in the area where we need help the most, which is quarterback. And when we come back from break, we're going to talk about it, because Todd Monken did his best Ryan Seacrest and said, find out who the starting quarterback is after the break. And that was, he did that after practice. Man, maybe Todd Monken might be good at this television thing after all. He gets it. He understands. Hey, tease the media. He gets it. But announced earlier today, Deshaun Watson, he is going to start the first preseason game this Saturday against the Chicago Bears. Shedeur Sanders is scheduled to start the second preseason game against the Buffalo Bills. But there's a lot of ingredients that's happening right now. We're going to talk about all of it. And when we come back, I want to talk about what do we need to see from QB1, whoever it may be. What do we need to see? What does Tom Monken and Andrew Berry, what do they need to see out of QB1? So far in this camp, neither quarterback has provided this. We'll talk about what this is coming up after the break.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Hand-poured in coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks. They offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. What's up, guys? A good abbreviated edition of Unfiltered. Obviously some technical stuff, but we'll be back full, ready to go 9 p.m. tomorrow on your Thursday, your almost Friday edition of the program. We did talk about a lot in a short amount of time. Obviously, everything from Russell Westbrook retiring to apparently screen time, your kid's IQ, they kind of correlate. Maybe bring it down a little bit. Take them outside once in a while. It's a good thing. Hey, tomorrow on the program, we are going to get into a lot, including an update on the Max Miller situation. Emily Moreno now filing a lawsuit against Miller and his attorney. Plus, crazy scene on a Southwest flight. Someone passing away during a flight. We're going to have all that and more. Your local news, sports, talk, anything you need right here, unfiltered, 9 p.m. tomorrow, Thursday, right here on the Inside Edge Network.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
All right, welcome back to the show, everybody. Sometimes we have promos that just stop me in my tracks. Did I hear correctly, Kyle mentioning that there was someone on that Southwest flight that passed away during the flight? Oh, my goodness. All right, prayers to the family and the loved ones and things. And Kyle will have more on that story coming up at 9 o'clock. Right here on the Inside Edge Network, unfiltered with Kyle Cordell. That's sad. That is sad. All right. Welcome back to the show, everybody. Let's get right into it. Todd Monken earlier today naming Deshaun Watson the starter for the preseason game against the Chicago Bears. This, the first preseason game is going to happen this Saturday. Interesting for me, my family, we're going to have a family brunch Saturday during this game. So we're gonna have instant reaction from my family during this game. I'll let you know during main event on Sunday night how that goes. That's gonna be something. We're gonna watch this in real time. That's gonna be crazy. I'm talking about extended family too. I have not watched Browns football with extended family in a long time. This is gonna be. Personally, I can't wait. But the plan is for Deshaun Watson to be in. We're expecting the entirety of the first half, and then Shedeur Sanders to get a good amount of reps in the second half. We'll probably see Dylan Gabriel at the tail end of the football game. But we know the big picture right now. We know. We've talked all week about the emotions of Deshaun Watson being in this role. We talked about what we think is to come, big picture-wise. But as we always say, the game's got to be played first, and the practices have to happen first for it all to take place. So let's get some perspective here first. Let's hear from Cameron Wolfe. He is we've played his audio here before on the show. He's from NFL Network, and he addressed Todd Monken and Andrew Berry, what went into the quarterback decision-making, and then what are they looking for in terms of the decision going into making a choice for QB1 for week 1 of the regular season. Again, this is courtesy of NFL Network.
Steve, elevate is a great word because that's what Todd Monken told me he wants to see from the quarterback. Make it clear for him. He doesn't want to have to choose. He wants the players to leave it out there on the field for him. And I talked to their general manager, Andrew Berry, last week. He told me this decision is going to be decided on 2 factors: playmaking and the operation inside the huddle. When you look at these 2 quarterbacks, Deshaun Watson is the veteran. He's more experienced in the operation. What I mean by that, the guy who can get out of the huddle quicker, who can get to plays quicker, who causes Todd Monken less anxiety, whereas Shedeur has the stronger arm at this point. He's been the quarterback that's taking care of the ball more in camp. And so Todd Monken wants one of these guys to be a little bit more consistent. I think that's what we're going to watch here in the preseason game. This will be Watson's first preseason game since 2024 when he tore that Achilles. Can he respond when the bullets are flying? That's been a concern from people I talked to in camp. Can he, when the pressure's on, can he still have that instinct? And for Shedeur, can he move fast enough pre-snap and post-snap? He has been better, but there's still room for improvement. Those 2 categories are going to decide who's the Browns quarterback, and it could be another 10 days before we find out who that choice is from Todd Monken.
Okay, so a lot of nuggets there. Again, that's courtesy of NFL Network / ESPN / Mickey Mouse. And then also, you saw there on the graphic, NFL Network here locally. Do not turn to NFL Network. Channel 5 will have the game. News 5 will have the game here in Cleveland locally on Saturday. That's where you'll be able to find the game. If you're listening on the radio, your normal radio partners will have the broadcast there. So a couple things. Obviously, the execution of the offense and, use your own eyes and make sure you can consistently move the ball down the field and have a concise offense, but also the operation of the offense. One of the issues we've been hearing in camp, and again, camp has not been all bad, okay? Well, we're going to be fully transparent. It hasn't been all bad. There's been some good things out of camp. We talked about a vast majority of the good things in the last segment with the rookies plus Jared Verse in there. You'll never hear me utter the words Jerry Jeudy and good thing in a sentence, though. That ain't happening. But, which, by the way, Shedeur Sanders had a great throw down the seam, and Jerry Jeudy dropped. Boy, where have we seen that before? Anywho, but who can string together series of plays? That's the big thing. The thing I'm going to be watching for, and the thing that the Browns have struggled with in camp, particularly earlier in the week, I believe Monday, it was a huge topic of discussion, pre-snap penalties. Operation of the offense, operation of and command of the room. That's the one area where Shedeur Sanders may have to get better if he wants to fully lock in and take over this job. It seems to me from the outside, it seems to me that the players at this moment trust Deshaun Watson more. That's the vibe I'm getting. Don't quote me. I don't know if that's true. I'm not in the locker room. But the vibes I'm getting is that there's more trust in the huddle with Deshaun Watson than Shedeur Sanders. Doesn't mean that Deshaun's the better player. That's not what that means. That just means internally there's more trust. So we're going to have to see how all that plays out. Of course, we know the limitations with Deshaun Watson not playing full speed football in 2 years. That's a huge concern for me. The other huge concern for me, Zach Jackson of The Athletic had a write-up today kind of recapping and, looking into things. He had mentioned, and so here's the expectation for playing time and what you're looking for, right? All healthy players for the Browns will suit up on Saturday. The loose plan, according to Todd Monken and translated by Zach Jackson, the loose plans for the starting offensive line to play a series or two. As we talked about yesterday on this program, the time frame in which our starting offensive line goes will be somewhat dependent on how long Chicago has their starting defensive line out there. So if they're only out there for a series, our starting offensive line might only be out there for a series or two. But if we see Chicago's D-line get after it for a second series, it'll be the same thing. And I have to imagine, too, because this is preseason and nobody wants to, get hurt, this is a situation where you would expect Todd Monken and Ben Johnson, the head coach of the Chicago Bears, when they talk during pregame on Saturday, they'll exchange what the plan is so nobody is caught off guard. So I don't expect Saturday afternoon at 1:20, 1:30 to be a surprise in the second series. I think you'll get a clear understanding. And we will probably know prior to kickoff what the game plan is with the offensive defensive lines. And same deal with the defensive line for us. So that's the loose plan. And again, we mentioned before, the plans for Watson to play the first half. Monken did also mention that Sanders would then play in the third quarter. And the plan is for that to be the plan for that to carry over next week when we're hosting Buffalo. So Shedeur would get the first half, Watson would get the third quarter. That's the plan. Pin that. More on that in a moment. My concern with Watson, he's going to be out there with the backup offensive line for the vast majority of the first half once the starters are out. What's going to happen? Can he still take a hit? He's going to get sacked. You don't want your guys to ever take a hit. You never want them to take a sack, but you kind of want it. And you hope they have a clean jersey, but how is he going to look one time if he's hit? Is he able to get back up and respond and get back at it? A little curious about that. We'll kind of see. What I am concerned about, though, with a backup offensive line, can he still process the plays quickly? Can he still maneuver in the pocket? Watson said himself earlier today, he's like, dude, he's not the same quarterback as he was in Houston. That was several years ago. Now the problem is all of us know that, and that's why most of us don't want to see him play. But that's besides the point. That is a part of it. Now, to the point that I was making a couple moments ago. Todd Monken already lied to the media once. Here's my fear. I don't think this will happen, but I'm just gonna toss this out there. Deshaun has this first start. He plays okay. Okay. Remember, the opening drive is scripted. We always talked about Kevin Stefanski. Kevin Stefanski couldn't adjust during games, but those first 15 plays go right down the field and score. It doesn't matter who the quarterback is. Doesn't matter if it's Baker Mayfield or Eli Moon. If you give the script, you're going to at least get the field goal range in that first drive. So you're going to see an elaborate first 10 to 15 plays for Deshaun. If he does halfway decent in that first drive, I wonder who's starting in those joint practices against the Bills. And then if Monken says, well, I guess, Deshaun gives us the best opportunity, guess who's starting the second preseason game? It won't be Shedeur. Eli's head popped up and his hair is on fire when I just said that. On fire. Eli, come on the screen. You know why? Because I'm just again, my job is not to just, goody two shoes. My job is to kind of put pieces together and forecast what could happen. I have a sneaky feeling that if Deshaun plays halfway decent, especially in that opening drive, you got good tape. You got good tape to send to Jimmy Haslam. And Todd Monken has already proven, to use a wrestling term, to use a combat sports term, the card is subject to change.
Yeah. Yeah. But I think this is where we differ a little bit. I think, actually for Shedeur, this is one of the better things to be announced, especially if he's going to be the quarterback to start in those joint practices. Of course, we got to see what Deshaun Watson looks like in this week one. I don't imagine it'll look very good. Of course, there is, that fear, that concern from Browns fans that he could look good, which is crazy. We think about that 20 years ago, that statement, the fear that a Browns quarterback could look good in preseason. But obviously, they don't have the baggage that Deshaun Watson carries and all the stuff we are dealing with them over the last 6 years.
Can I stop you right? I know you got more. Can I just pause right there? Because you just said something that's just dang. The fear that a Browns quarterback could look good in preseason.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about. And that's where we're at with Deshaun Watson. Unfortunately, the baggage is a lot for a lot of Browns fans, myself included, to really rally behind this guy. And that's something we will see if we have to deal with a little bit longer. But I think Shedeur, if Todd Monken sticks with this point of Shedor's going to go week 2 and he gets those reps against Buffalo, I think that's a very important week because this is the first time they'll play against a team that isn't their own in the entire training camp. And if Shedeur takes a lot of those reps and goes out and looks good against that same team, who technically has the most footage, the most look at the Browns under this iteration of Todd Monken, that's a ringing endorsement for Shedeur Sanders. Hey, you had to look at me all week in practice a little bit, and then I went out and balled out against your ones. That coupled in with a good look against the twos, because that's primarily what he's going to see Saturday against Chicago. But I am curious also on that fact, how long the ones stay out there? How long Boston, Concepcion, these rookies stay out there? Because if you can look good with those guys, or even who they put out after, Bond and you know, may see some Judy, whatever, I think that could really benefit Shedeur. Okay, you look good against the twos. Now how do you look against Buffalo? And that's, of course, if Todd Monken's a man of his word. So far, he's been it for the most part, but Saturday left a bad taste in I believe and a lot of fans' mouth because of, okay, we don't have to deal with the mundane BS of we just got to look at the film, this, that. But now it's like, are we dealing with somebody that kind of just flies by the edge of their seat? So you see there, obviously, AA, the depth chart. You couldn't even make a decision on that.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna be honest, and Eli, you can put us back on the screen. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah,
I know we are the media. We're also fans, but for the purpose of this show, we are the media.
Right.
So I understand there's responsibility that comes with being in the media. I understand that anybody watching us right now or have watched us at any point, if we say certain things, you're going to get a reaction of, oh, you're against the Browns. I get all that. I understand that. And I hate to quote Hugh Jackson, but I watched Hard Knocks footage today. I understand what things were like when I sat in that seat. When you're sitting in this seat, here's the thing, though.
Wait, before you get into that, you watched Tyler Perry movie, Hugh Jackson film. Do you watch any QVC today, too? I mean, what else were you prepping for the show?
I should have.
My goodness.
Actually, I did. They had I saw footage of a bologna folder.
Okay.
That didn't work.
A shocker.
So they had bologna, and it's a two-part. It's a two-part machine. So the first part, you put the bologna down, and the machine is supposed to cut the bologna in half. The woman who was demonstrating this could not cut the bologna in half. She flipped the machine over a couple times before she pressed the machine for it to work.
That sounds like the Browns trying to get the Deshaun Watson experiment to work.
But
it's
wait,
a bologna folder.
But wait, there's more. So then the second part, so the bologna's cut, then you got to flip the bologna to put it on the plate.
Yeah, okay.
And the woman couldn't flip the bologna. The bologna kept getting stuck on the pan, and she couldn't get the bologna on the counter.
Give her a little grace. I mean, that's a lot to ask out of somebody.
Doing that live. There's no retape at QVC, Home Shopping Network. They don't. Can we do that again? This is live ammo.
I think the crazy thing I've seen you do live is run with a lit candle from Alley Rose Fragrances on screen. I think that's the scariest thing I've seen you do because I've seen your setup. Obviously, it's a straight shot, but there is some things, you could trip over the table, you could trip on your way there, and I just get worried about you sometimes.
Also, quick plug, AlleyRoseFragrances.com. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network. Use the promo code InsideEdge20 if you're a first-time customer.
Yep.
But I want to hammer this point when we come back from break.
Yeah.
Todd Monken lying to the media about – listen, I don't give a rat's you-know-what about how he runs practice.
Right.
I don't care who gets all the reps, who does. Quite honestly, if he would – we would talk about it, but if he would have went in and said, Deshaun's getting all the first-team reps, Shedeur's getting the second-team reps, deal with it, that's that. Fine, whatever. And we would talk about it, but fine.
Yeah.
You do whatever. The fact that you laughed about it and lied to the media, now my job is to analyze what we see. Now I have to question everything. I have to question if Shedeur. One other question. I have to question if the Shedeur Sanders is going to get those. Is going to start next Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
I have to question what's the higher priority, and this is the other question. What takes higher priority? What if Todd Monken decides Deshaun Watson gets all the first-team reps at joint practices, and then Shedeur gets to start at the preseason game? I think that would be terrible, first off. I think if that happens, Shedeur's not getting the job. I think at that point, you're saying Deshaun Watson's getting the job. You're almost treating Deshaun like it's a rest day, to be perfectly honest, because he may not even play.
Right.
And again, I know we talked about, Todd Monken laid out his plan, but the card is subject to change. We're going to talk about that when we come back from break. Also, Baker Mayfield has one particular matchup circled. Come on now. You know who?
Clearly, New Orleans.
Yeah, that's right. He is locked in, ready to go against Tyler Shook and the New Orleans Saints. No, come on now. Week two, we know what's coming. We'll talk about that coming up. Plus the latest on James Harden. Chris Fedor has some interesting sound about James Harden. Would James Harden be in the right to not want to take a pay cut if the Cavs did not improve their roster? We got some sound about that. And then also I do want to get into Kyler Murray winning the Minnesota job, because we got some footage from that and a lot more. We're busy. We'll take a break. Come right back. We're back with you here in about 3.5 minutes here on the Inside Edge Network.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road, or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Sportsmemorabilia.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Mosser Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Mosser Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Mosser Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
All right, so here's a little interesting fact, not in a good way. The Cleveland Browns have been top 5 in pre-snap penalties in 4 of the last 6 years. By the way, that was under disciplined head coach Kevin Stefanski. How about that? So that's honestly, besides how do the quarterbacks look, that is the number one thing to watch. Again, do either of these quarterbacks run a clean operation pre-snap? Because that's the one thing that has to be turned around. But real quick, I do want to get to this point real quick on Todd Monken and what we talked about before. Last Saturday, he had mentioned prior to practice that, again, they've been rotating who's been starting at quarterback, who's taking the first team reps. He had mentioned that Shador was going to get the first team reps on Saturday. And then practice starts, and Deshaun is taking the first team reps. And then he explained why he decided to go with Deshaun. And apparently Deshaun knew about it. I think Shador knew about it too. But the media didn't know. Again, I think it's very important. You got to be fully transparent. Either you say nothing about what you're doing, or just don't flat out lie. Because now I'm guarded right now. I'm a little guarded about what's the plan for Saturday. Now, I am consistent in this boat. I don't care who's out there. I want them to do well. Okay? And hopefully, in a best case scenario, we can entertain the conversation of one of these quarterbacks becoming a long-term or somewhat of a long-term solution for the Cleveland Browns. Hopefully, we can entertain that. I'm not very confident in that, but hopefully we can. Because, again, I am a Browns fan. I'm a Cleveland sports fan. I root for whoever's out there to do their absolute best. But if you're going to make statements, you got to be – I tell our team, 10 toes down, right? Kind of the same thing with coaches and players. That has to happen. Okay. I know we want to get away from the Baker Mayfield storyline. We can't. As we always say, there is an upcoming pay-per-view, right? There's an upcoming pay-per-view. One of the upcoming pay-per-views, you may not know this yet. I mean, we got the big game on Saturday. A month, 5 weeks from today, I guess, or whatever. September 20th, I believe. Week 2 of the NFL season. The Cleveland Browns hit the road for the second straight week. They go to Tampa. On the other side is Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield, I apologize. I do not know which podcast this is from, but courtesy of Jockey Truth for pulling the audio, and we have it for you here. Baker Mayfield reminiscing on what worked here, what did or did not work here in Cleveland, and then pay attention to the end of the clip. Here's Baker 01. Take a look.
I just want to know, can y'all tell me how, like, in Cleveland, like, was it a shit show? I'm waiting from the man that they counted out. I'm just being real.
It was eye-opening to see that it wasn't just football. For me, going from college to the NFL, it wasn't just about how do we win. Yeah. There was a lot of people that are involved in it, and not everybody was trying to help us win. Not everybody was trying to do their part and do their role to do that. So I think that was the most eye-opening part. There was ups and downs for sure, but
a lot of downs.
When I came in 2018, like the amount of high draft picks they had in the past couple of years, the free agent signings that we had before I got drafted, the culture was really starting to change, and that's a credit to John Dorsey, Elliot Wolf, Lonzo Highsmith for bringing in like football guys to truly try and change it. Like some things you can't change in a building, but you can change the locker room and the makeup of that, and they did a good job of building that.
Is there a team or teams circled on the schedule this year?
First home game, week 2, Cleveland.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
About that action, boss.
About that action.
I'm telling you guys right now, ladies and gentlemen, if we do not win that game, it will be an absolute bloodbath on main event that night. I'm telling you guys right now, if the Browns do not win that game, especially if Deshaun is the starter, there will be a bloodbath that Sunday night. And also Baker's not really breaking news here, mentioning, a couple of the football guys that helped the organization at that particular time, but, not everyone inside the building, basically knew what they were doing. I mean, you don't got to be a rocket scientist to know who and what he was talking about, but it is what it is there. But yes, week 2, there it is. Week 2, Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers will host the Cleveland Browns. If Shedeur Sanders is starting, it's still a story. It is still a story, but Shedeur is part of a growing process. Deshaun, we dropped the X for the current relationship. That's what this is. And now you're going to have another Tyler Perry movie. Hopefully without the Tyler Perry results, because that wouldn't be good for anybody. But yeah, we're going to definitely find out what's going on there. But that is a month away. The focus is the now. The focus is, the team heads to Chicago. I believe today they're heading to Chicago, and then the game Saturday afternoon. All right. Let's shift over to the Cavaliers, because in light of this James Harden conversation, there was one element of this conversation that it didn't even cross my mind at all about this. He has, held, again, James Harden right now is still a free agent. The understanding was, okay, he's sitting out just so if LeBron is here, then all of a sudden, all right, the team has financial flexibility, and then James Harden was signed to, a cheaper deal. Okay, LeBron's not here, but what about some of these other players? What if Kuminga's here? What if some of these other players join the team? Okay, fine, I'll take a pay cut. What happens if the team doesn't improve? Y'all still want me to take a pay cut? Chris Fedor discussing the latest contract negotiation talks with James Harden on the Wine and Gold Talk podcast. Take a look.
Like I said, I think there's enough understanding from James and his camp about what the Cavs are trying to do, the financial situation that they're in, and how James's annual salary and the contract that he ultimately signs, how that plays into potential improvements the Cavs can or cannot make. But again, like I said, if the Cavs don't improve the roster, if they don't get any of these things to the finish line, then James is going to say, well, I was willing to take a pay cut to improve the roster. I was willing to take a pay cut for LeBron. I was willing to take a pay cut maybe for Kuminga, maybe for DeRozan, maybe for Peyton Watson. I'm not just going to take a pay cut just to take a pay cut. So I think that's when you'll start to see, the original numbers of what people expected James to sign for this offseason, 2 for $60, 2 for $64, some kind of contract like that, come more into the fold. But if there is a pathway to Watson, if there's a pathway to Kuminga, if there's a pathway to DeRozan, then I think you're going to see an annual salary that is a little bit less than what the original numbers that were reported.
Okay, that was courtesy of the Wine and Go Talk podcast. Chris Fedor discussing that. My heart sunk a little bit because, yeah, if you're from the standpoint of James Harden, he's exactly right. Like I'm holding out because my expectation, like I want to be here, but my expectation, you were going to make the team better. I thought you were going to make the team better. That was the expectation. That was the goal. And I have not seen any lick of improvements from the Cavaliers. So if we're not sitting here and improving, why would you still expect me to take a pay cut? Now, this could go a few ways. Now, we're just examining if the Cavaliers strike out on Kuminga, strike out on Peyton Watson. If it doesn't happen, and essentially you run back with the same crew. Can James Harden create leverage across the field? I'm a little hesitant in saying yes if he can, but it also depends on what James Harden wants to do. If James Harden wants to solely compete for a title, can he convince a Miami Heat that his services are needed? Miami, to me, out of the playoff contending teams in the East, I would say would probably be the only team that I think would strongly perhaps consider his services in terms of fit. Maybe somebody else that we're not thinking of that's a playoff contending team. The other option, if there's a team out there that's not a playoff contending team, but needs scoring, that needs to kind of elevate themselves, and they're willing to throw money at James Harden becomes the number one scorer on an up-and-coming team, would you make that deal short-term? Fine, you kind of up the ante there. So if there is an established market for James Harden and his services, then the pressure is on for Cleveland. Because here's the truth. Cleveland knows if they walk out of this offseason without James Harden, it will look bad. It will look horrible if they did not improve their roster in any other facet. You lose James Harden, but you don't land Peyton Watson. You don't land Jonathan Kuminga. You didn't land LeBron James. You do all that. That's not a good look. Not a good look. Because it's obvious it's not intentional. If it was intentional, you would have already told James Harden, hey, your services are no longer needed. Thanks for your services. We appreciate you. Thank you for doing all you could. We'll help you look somewhere else. They're not doing that. They're trying to have their cake and ice cream too, but the problem is the baby took both out of their hands. The Cavaliers have no cookies, no cake, and the ice cream, they can't reach the top shelf to get it. So from that standpoint, their things are not looking good. Things are not looking good. And again, if I'm James Harden, I would not blame James Harden one bit. If the team is not going to improve, why take a pay cut? Now, from the standpoint of the Cavaliers, if you're going to pay James Harden that much amount of money in the short term, that's it in terms of making your team better. You're out of money. Like the whole point of this was to get out of the second apron, right? Wasn't this the whole point of all this? Was to firmly get out of the second apron? So you're going to have an expensive play-in team. How the hell does that sound? We'll take a break, come back. We got more on that, plus Kyler Murray and our Smash or Pass special edition coming up at the end of the show. More on this after the break. Back in a moment.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? They'll look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches, free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Imported coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
All right, so as we talked about before the break, again, welcome back, everybody. This is Midnight Run here on the Inside Edge Network. Double A back here with you. James Harden. We played the audio from Chris Fedor, Wine and Gold Talk podcast, and it's clear. Listen, if you're not improving the team, why take a pay cut? And I agree with James Harden. Why take a pay cut if you're not going to do what is needed to be done? LeBron made his choice. Since LeBron made his choice, you had all the time in the world. Actually, you've had even more time in the world than anybody else, because I truly believe the Cavaliers knew before anybody else that LeBron was not coming here. They knew. If they did not know, that Donovan Mitchell deal would have not gone down as quickly as it did a few days after the reported meeting. So the Cavaliers knew all the way back in early July that Bron wasn't going to come here. So based on that timeline, from early July all the way to now August 13th, you have been well aware that you needed to improve your team. And so far, you have not done so. So James Harden is sitting here, or sitting at a strip club somewhere, wherever he may be at this particular time of night. It's like, what is this team doing? And then from the Cavaliers standpoint, if you have to pay, then you got to make a decision. Do we pay James Harden, $60 million, for 2 years? We already have, second apron issues. Do we pay him that much money and basically cap ourselves in terms of acquiring new talent? Because at that point you're capping yourself. Like if you if you have to sign James Harden, basically to for him not to take a pay cut, you can't add any more talent. That's it. Jonathan Kuminga, goodbye. That's not happening. Watson, not happening. Any lick of free agency, not happening without trading away a core four piece. And chances are that's not going to happen either. So you're going to be stuck with your core four, maybe Max Strus, but you're going to lose. You're losing pieces. You're not gaining any other pieces. Real quick, I want to share the screen here real quick. Brothers Lounge. We've been talking about Brothers Lounge here on the Inside Edge Network, our title network sponsor. They are fantastic, and they have concerts every single day throughout the week. In fact, a Billy Joel tribute coming up later on tonight, on Thursday night, so you got to check that out. Jack Grady. I know Jack Grady. Yeah, he's going to be doing some work there on Friday night at the concert hall, and the you got the wine bar as well. There's so many things. Actually, Eli, this is your wheelhouse. The concert hall and all the music and stuff, the concerts, and you're a big part of this. Yes. They're phenomenal at the Brothers Lounge.
They sure are, AA. And they had an incredible event there at Brothers Lounge tonight. Meg Stepka from Moon Knuckle Garden. She has her show and glow, so a ton of talented artists out there tonight. Alexis Julia, Marcel Deer. Just a lot of great people. And it was real cool. It was real cool to see everybody rocking out there. I saw some clips online. And yes, like you mentioned, later this week, tonight even, Billy Joel tribute. So that'll be very, very cool. I had Cliche text me a few weeks ago, said, look, we're going to that. We're finding a way to go to that. I got to, obviously, we have to work it in. I'll be on the evening shift, but we'll figure it out. Maybe I can get two of me. But yeah, that'll be so cool. And so many cool events. Like I said, show and glow. It was cool to see everybody rocking out from the videos. Yesterday was open mic. This weekend's very busy. And that's what you're going to get all the time at Brothers Lounge. You're going to get, first off, a ton of live music in the front stage, in the concert hall, even on the back patio. Look out for their happy hour. They have happy hour on the patio. You can go out there and rock out to a lot of acoustic singers and jam out. A beautiful patio. You can sit out there and rock out, relax, whatever. Chef Win, winning bites. Get a burger, get some wings, get some fries, get something very good. It's very, very cool. All fresh, too. In a world right now where we're trying to find something fresh, Chef Win has that fresh feel to his food. So, yeah, go check it out. If you missed tonight, there's plenty more to check out this week. Very, very cool. And, yeah, we love our guys and girls at the Brothers Lounge. We appreciate them so much for being a sponsor of the Inside Edge Network. And we're excited because we got a lot more coming up in terms of, us working with them. And, excited. And, of course, the home of Moon Bash, home of the Halloween, second annual Halloween show I'm doing this year, 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. in the front stage in the wine bar. So, a lot of good stuff, AA.
A lot of great stuff. Again, on the west side, West 117th, Detroit, right in that Cleveland-Lakewood border. There, you could check it out. And you see it there on the screen. Yep. All genres, basically.
Yep.
They have you covered. Again, you like genres and comedy, too. So, look at that. Comedy, rock, blues, hip-hop, jazz, open mic, multiple patios. They have trivia night too.
Yes.
Yep. Everything.
Trivia.
Or 5 to 7. Go ahead, Eli.
Yeah, you're sorry. No, I'm just so excited to share more like you are. You know, you got the happy hour, you got, the open mic. You also have karaoke, AA, on Sunday night, so you can get your karaoke on. I know you've been looking to get your karaoke on, so you and everybody else can rock out and do their karaoke as well. But yeah, like you mentioned, the happy hour, the patios, so much to do. And everybody there is fantastic. You literally will run into so many great people, from Chef Wynn and the staff there in the kitchen, to the people greeting you at the doors, to people behind the bars, everybody, all the way up to the owner, Billy Plona. We are so appreciative of the Brothers Lounge. They do a ton for Cleveland, an iconic venue, and we are glad to be rocking with them.
And also, we will be there as a network on Brown Sunday. So,
yes,
enjoy pregame, the game itself, and then postgame with us over at the Brothers Lounge. We'll celebrate victories, and we'll cry together too when they don't win. So
yes. I love it.
So we got that for you. All right, we got to sprint here through a couple final stories here. I want to get to this Kyler Murray situation. He was named a starter over in Minnesota. Here is KFAN, Minnesota radio, Minneapolis local radio, reacting to the news of Kyler Murray becoming a starter for the Vikings.
Let's be clear for me on one point. And I am not a number 9 hater. Critical, yes, not a hater. But wasn't it fairly apparent that the key attribute whoever started at the position for the Vikings in 2026 was simply that he wasn't named J.J. McCarthy? They were not going. They got scared. KOC got terrified because there's no one else to fire, right? You got the previous general manager out, presumably still blamed for screwing up the quarterback situation, which I don't understand why it's all on him. More on that later, for not the first time. But I just don't think, other than McCarthy through the offseason and the first, 2 weeks of practice so far? Whatever it's been?
Pretty much, yeah.
Just going like, oh, my God, look at this guy. He's a changed quarterback. The offseason meetings had to be, we can't afford, as an organization, I can't afford as a head coach to take the risk, right now at least, that McCarthy can avoid what he couldn't avoid, or I couldn't avoid being the quarterback whisperer with him a year ago, right? Don't you think that's in a sense faint praise? It doesn't say Kyler Murray has taken this job by the throat, by the short hairs. He has made it what looked pretty apparent as an obvious decision, a slam dunk decision.
And if you talk with people, talk with fans, you go through social media, through Vikings social media, I know some fans, they're like, what are we doing? Like Kyler Murray, I think last Saturday had a horrible day at training camp, but it was clear and obvious. And I had a first take question. I hate first take level questions, but I think it is apparent here. Did Kyler Murray win the job, or did J.J. McCarthy lose the job? And I think it's clear and obvious that the second part of that is correct. There was what I didn't realize, and they talk about Kevin O'Connor, and they refer to him as KOC. What I didn't realize, apparently KOC might be a little bit on the hot seat there locally, because think about it. You had a quarterback who you got rid of, and your general manager they got rid of. He won the Super Bowl. I get it. It's Sam Darnold. Nobody wants to give Sam Darnold credit for anything. I understand. I get it. But the man has a championship. You don't. And J.J. McCarthy, if your job is on the line, you're not depending on J.J. McCarthy to take you to the promised land. That's just the truth. Now, Kyler Murray is worth a bigger discussion because I have some on this network believing that Kyler Murray could be an MVP candidate. I have others on this network who believes Kyler Murray is going to flame out. So to me, I think out of any starting quarterback in the NFL, including here, I think Kyler Murray is the biggest question mark out of any quarterback in the NFL. The biggest question mark, because he truly could go either way. We just don't know, especially with that offense. Now, if you're in the No, I'm not running that topic. I'm not running it. No, we're not doing it. There was a topic in the rundown I was going to run today. I'm not doing it. Is somebody's trash your treasure? I'm not doing it. No, absolutely not. You will not give me a sales pitch. You will not give me a sales pitch on J.J. McCarthy becoming a starting quarterback here in Cleveland. No, no, hell no. We're not doing it. Folks, no. Stop. Okay? I know on the QB tiers list from Mike Sando and the research, J.J. McCarthy is technically not last. I know Shador is technically last. Shador's a better player. Stop it. Full stop. Don't do this. Okay? But it is interesting because, again, it's not that many quarterback battles across the league. But Minnesota, other than, here in Cleveland, but Minnesota was the one to kind of like really watch out for. But that's the one. That's the one. And now what is the future of J.J. McCarthy? Is he willing to suck it up and accept the backup role? Again, this is only what, year 2 for McCarthy? So, or year 3. So, like, just suck it up and you'll be fine. But if not, there are other teams across the NFL that could be looking for a quarterback. You make that run. Don't know. There is another topic of discussion, too. Don't think I didn't catch this. In Indianapolis, Anthony Richardson, who, by the way, was the only quarterback I listed out of that team on our QB Tiers network list. Shame on me. He might get cut. Oh, man, you can't make some of this up, man. You cannot make some of this up, man. Unreal. But come on now. I think right now, you knew. And Louis Riddick of ESPN, he had a tweet. He had mentioned something that I think it was brilliant. He's like, listen, most coaches have a strong idea who their starting quarterback is. Like, you had the entire offseason to build a program around whoever you thought your quarterback was going to be. Like, in my eyes, I think across most levels of football, I'll lump this in with high school football. I don't know if legitimate quarterback battles even exist. And I say that because you have a pretty good idea who you want your starter to be. It's up to the number 2 guy to take the job away from the number 1 guy. Convince the coach to change their mind. It's up to the number 2 guy to do that. That's why I've been steadfast in saying Shador Sanders has to take the job away from Deshaun Watson, because Todd Monken came in with a game plan for Watson. It's up to Shador to take that away. But again, we got time to evaluate that. But I think that's what happened in Minnesota. Kyler Murray was the intended target. That's who it was. Okay. We end the show, as we do every single night here on the Inside Edge Network, with today's edition of Smash or Pass. Now, this is a special edition of Smash or Pass. I'm going to bring Eli in because I don't think you're going to want to pass on any of these particular options here today.
Okay.
But we're going to do the hardest thing. We're going to rank.
Oh,
Okay. All right.
So I'm going to put us to the side.
Yep.
There we go.
Oh, man.
Look at that.
I think
Mexican, Chinese, Italian, and soul food.
So I got to rank these 1 through 4. 4 being the worst, I guess the least option.
Yes, so tier 1 is the best. Tier 4 would be your worst.
Well, I'm for sure going to put 4 as Chinese. For sure. I like Chinese food, but I'm not as crazy about it as everybody else is. I think the idea that, you have, of course, orange chicken is phenomenal. The rice, great. The noodles. I mean, I'm just thinking about it. I'm trying to really process this answer. But then outside, of course, what you run into is for somebody that doesn't like onions. You get onions a lot of time in this rice, and it's like, okay, so I gotta be specific. Do you have onions? A lot of onions in your rice? What's going on? So 4 for sure. Number 3. Man, this is so tough. This is so tough. Number 3, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go Italian. I'm gonna go Italian number 3. I love spaghetti, and I know this would hurt Chad's soul because I know they have spaghetti every Monday in the Bryan household. But I would go. You got the spaghetti and meatballs. You got cannolis. For the dessert, you got calzones. You got all this great stuff. AA. But then you venture off, and I think some of the meals get a little too extravagant for me, and I start losing touch a little bit with some of the ideas they were going for. So I'm gonna go Italian number 3. Number 2, soul food. Put soul food number 2. You see it there, that mac and cheese, that chicken. Oh my goodness! I mean, dude, the green beans. Oh my God, the cornbread.
Oh man!
Oh man! Not shown on this plate ribs. You get some ribs. Oh man! Oh man! I feel it coursing through my veins. I love soul food. Goodness gracious! All right, now soul food again. I'm picky, so a few things not so much my thing, but I don't care. There's enough mac and cheese and chicken and green beans and cornbread to go around. I'm good. Soul food number 2. Then number 1 Mexican. Gonna go number 1 Mexican. Again, picky, so not all the onions, peppers, all that jazz, but I will smash a whole thing of rice at the Mexican restaurant. Get me the tacos. I had some brisket tacos, I believe, the other day. Bro, come on now. It's so great. And it throws me back to homemade tacos at mom and pop's house, my house growing up. The homemade tacos, and you can't go wrong. And then, of course, you have quesadillas. You can get some quesadillas going on. There's so much to enjoy when it comes to Mexican food. Just so much. And it's simple. Tacos, burritos, if you want it all compact. I mean, yeah, so I would go number 4, Chinese, number 3, Italian, number 2, soul food, number 1, Mexican, AA. How about you?
I just want to put a full disclaimer that I would eat every single thing that's on that screen. I just want to make that clear.
Me too. But the question was what least option, and that's how I had to do it.
That's the assignment. All right. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't try to buy time. Okay.
I gotta have a take on everything. Ain't that the rules? Okay. Oh man, Chinese food looks so good up there. That looks so good. There's that orange chicken and rice and noodles and if you're just basing it off of these photos, the Italian looks the least attractive.
Wow.
Just on the photos.
Okay.
But Italian is one of the most reliable.
It's true.
Oh man, that Mexican food looks good. All right, Chinese number 4. I'm not proud of that.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not proud. Here's the thing. Everything else I think is exciting. I mean, you could go to a Chinese food place and get your Chinese food, but it has to be just right. I don't know. That's me turning down Panda Express.
Yeah, you're saying goodbye to the rice, goodbye to the orange chicken, the fortune cookie. You
There-
get the fortune cookie.
And the fortune cookies, there's nothing wrong unless, check your restaurants, make sure they're clean. Nothing wrong with going to your neighborhood Chinese place, Chinese
No.
food place.
No.
But
basically-
Chinese is number 4.
Yeah, basically you're saying it's all right, but if there's other options that are better on the table.
It's number 4.
Okay.
Number 3.
Oof. Oh.
Dang.
Dang.
This ain't fair. This is not fair. Number 3, Mexican.
Ooh.
Number 3, Mexican.
Oh my goodness.
Number 3.
From the top rope.
Because here's why. Here's why. With Mexican food, you need a ton of different things for it to go right.
Okay.
So you need you need a tortilla. You need the shell. You need meat. You have to have rice. You have to have beans. You have to have sour cream. You got to put it all you need a ton of things to make it work.
Yeah.
I know that's the beauty of it. But damn it, I have to have a take. Number 3, Mexican food.
That one hurt. Okay. All right. Okay.
And I just want to make clear, too, that doesn't mean that when we're done with this show, that doesn't mean I might hop in the car and go to a certain place. But still, number 3. Number 2, Italian.
Okay.
And it's number 2 because I know how to spice it up. I know how to listen.
Yeah, you use some of the Mexican influence.
I know. You're right, man. Because I'm not going to hold you. Sometimes even with spaghetti, I use taco seasoning.
That's what I'm saying.
I use taco seasoning from the leftover taco pack.
If anything, that maybe makes Mexican number 2 because you need your Mexican cuisine to make your Italian cuisine better.
I get that, but here's the thing. Sometimes when you're broke,
yeah,
when you need, show you real quick.
Yeah. Here we go.
Sometimes you need something that's worth $2 at your home that will last you for 2 to 3 days.
You're damn right.
This right here, you can make something special out of this. You can make something special out of this. Okay?
You're like Harry Potter with the wizard. That's like your wand.
Hold on. Oh. Like a crossing guard.
You look like when they give out the boom boom sticks at the Cavs game. Make some noise.
Make some noise.
This is Double A in his kitchen spicing up his spaghetti.
Man.
All right.
I could go Emeril Lagausky. Kick it up a notch.
Yeah.
With $2 worth of spaghetti. All I need is sauce. I can dress up the sauce however I want. And just taco and just meat. Just beef, whatever you want. All you need is seasoning. And you're set.
All right.
But there's a clear number 1. There's a clear number 1, especially if you have the right people in your life. There's a clear number 1.
Yeah.
Okay? If you know people that can throw down.
Yeah.
Real mac and cheese, baked mac, like your mama's mac and cheese.
Like 4 cheeses in that mac and cheese.
Fried chicken.
Oh.
Ribs.
Oh.
Cornbread.
Come on.
Baked beans. Green beans.
Yes.
Come on now.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Yeah.
You put all that together, you eating, you have a plate or 2. You go be sleeping on the couch. You go be night. Every one of these has a purpose. Every one of these is fun. I would encourage this if, for a pregame meal and stuff like that before, workout or whatever, because you still need energy to do things. But you want a smile on your face before you knocked out? Soul food.
That's a good one. And, you think about it. Soul food is technically the Thanksgiving theme. Like, a lot of people get their soul on, or they try to. We've seen some pretty bad plates before on Thanksgiving. And no shade to anybody, but we've seen some bad plates. But typically, soul food is, the home of Thanksgiving. I mean, man, I'm seeing that mac and cheese, and I'm thinking, man, I got to call Mama Moon up. Thanksgiving's, 2 months away? I might have to call her up and get some mac and cheese before then, AA. The 4 or 5 different cheeses in there, the crust, you break into it, and there it is, just the steam and the gooey cheese. Oh my!
Well,
goodness.
for us, that's a barbecue. That's
True.
a barbecue.
And I'm not gonna lie to you. Typically, there's mac and cheese at the Moon barbecues as well. Like,
Yeah.
it's either my sister or my mom. Like, they coordinate it. They're like, "What are you feeling?" It's either we do a traditional holiday, which ham, the turkey, all that stuff, or we go barbecue style, ribs, burgers, dogs, freaking mac and cheese. We got maybe some sweet potato casserole, maybe like a little bit with the brown sugar and the pecans. I thought, oh my goodness.
And we got the sweet potato pie.
Yes.
And then maybe cake or ice cream, whatever you want it to be.
Strawberry shortcake. My sister makes like a strawberry shortcake. Oh man, I'm getting hungry. And full disclaimer, during the breaks, I ate popcorn, chicken, and tater tots, and I'm now hungry again.
Oh, I didn't even tell you this. So one Thanksgiving, my mom was like, "Hey, let's kick it up a notch."
Okay.
She made. We haven't done it since. It's a little expensive to pull off. She made lobster mac and cheese.
See, I'm going to, not because it doesn't sound great. I'm just not a seafood guy. I'm sure it is phenomenal, though. I'm sure it is phenomenal. But the two things that lose me on soul food are the seafood elements and the baked beans. But all that to be said, again, there's enough things to like in the soul food category that you can just fill up on your favorites and you're good.
See, growing up, I was out on baked beans.
Okay.
And now I'm back in. If it's good baked beans with flavor,
okay,
a little bit of. If you want, you could add a little bacon bits.
Yeah,
if it's with flavor, man. And you can mix it up too. Something that's not on that plate, but is definitely could be a part of it. You put mashed potatoes on that plate.
That's what I was thinking with the gravy. Come on now, homemade gravy too, and they're like. They're making it all day. Oh my goodness!
Oh, are you kidding me?
Come on!
You put mashed potatoes on that plate. Oh my!
I mean, my goodness gracious! That
are you kidding me?
God, dang! I'm feeling the my veins are flowing with food that we haven't even ate.
See, it's not that Chinese food is not great. It's good. That up there looks phenomenal.
Sure.
And that's something that, on a Saturday or whatever, like it's been a minute since I've had Chinese food, but if I get it, I'm always satisfied.
Right.
Always.
Right.
Satisfied. But you know this. There are levels to this.
There are
levels to this.
Yeah.
Italian works too for dating situations.
Sure.
Go on a date, you go to an Italian restaurant, you don't have to just get spaghetti and meatballs. You get other stuff.
Yeah.
Apparently chicken Alfredo is frowned upon in the in that community. Interesting. But it's good. You go to, certain establishment, you get breadsticks and you're set.
Yeah.
Mexican food. I ain't got a problem with Mexican food whatsoever. It's good. If you have a taco spread, I'm there.
True.
You have a taco bowl, I'm there. I had something the other day where it was a bowl with chicken and bacon bits and your veggies and stuff like that. You mix that all up. I had the tortilla in the bowl.
Oh, yeah.
You're set.
Yeah.
That on the screen there, the soul food. Stop it right now.
All right.
Come on now.
All right. I'll give it
Come
to you.
on now.
I'll give it to you.
Also, full disclosure, I have had about 5 or 6 menu items at the Brothers Lounge.
Yes.
Every single effing item I've had there, A+++. Best effing wings I've ever had.
Oh, I know, because I said, hey, Double, you want to have a few of these wings while I step out real quick? He said, absolutely. I came back. Now, granted, there was a few wings left, but there was definitely no fries. But you don't even, like, typically, you're not a mustard guy. And I let you know ahead of time. I said, these are honey mustard wings. I just want to let you know you're my bro. I don't want you to be like, what the hell, Eli? I thought these were mild or something. I told you, and I came back, and you're like, those, like, are some of the best wings I've ever had. And for being mustard, too, like, that's a ringing endorsement from you, because you're not a mustard guy. There's really nothing you can go wrong with. I love the lemon pepper rub wings at Brothers Lounge. You know, you have the truffle fries, the garlic parmesan fries, I believe they have there as well.
Yes.
The normal fries alone. Just put some ketchup. You don't even need the ketchup. They are so good. Right out of the kitchen, right to you. There's so many good stuff. Narrator loves the black bean burger, so if you're more on the veggie side or like healthier side, black bean burger you can have there as well. So many great options. You cannot go wrong. I mean, you have the Big Brother burger, the double patty, dude.
Now, next time I'm there, I had to be disciplined last time, but next time I'm going all out.
Let's go. Okay.
Chicken sandwich. You can add bacon.
Do it. Hey, they'll take care of you. They will take care of you. They take care of all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, all of you listening. Make sure you check out the Brothers Lounge, of course, the exclusive sponsor, the title sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, 11609 Detroit Avenue there in Cleveland. It's on the Cleveland-Lakewood border. You can see it, rock out, and go see what we're talking about. Go hear some live music, and go get some good food, man. Chef Win cooks it up. Winning Bites, it is phenomenal. And he's a great dude. Like I said, everybody there is phenomenal. So you're definitely going to be in a good spot to be in and having a good time. Just ultimately having a good time.
Yeah, I'm looking at their menu.
I knew what you were doing.
They have fried walleye?
Yeah, Papa Moon got, I think that's what Papa Moon got the other day at Moon Bash. I'll have to have him send you the picture. Yeah, he is so proud of the picture. He's like, this is what I had my fish dinner.
They have the Italian Stallion.
Yes.
Sausage and pepper burger. Add bacon to any sandwich. You could do that.
Yeah. Double A's.
The mac and cheese.
Oh, yeah.
Poppin' shrimp. Oh.
Papa Moon actually got some shrimp the other day. Yep.
And it when we were out, someone ordered beef sliders. I wanted those.
Yes, beef sliders. Yeah, you mentioned the shrimp. Papa Moon had that the other night. We were there last weekend at Brothers Lounge. Had 2 shows, Friday and Saturday. Papa Moon got the shrimp, got me some fries. Dude, you can't go wrong, man. And there's something new you can try every single time. Even if you go out there for, 10, 15 different times, you can try a different wing flavor every time you're out there.
You could. Oh, voodoo pasta.
Yes.
Cajun grilled shrimp, onions, peppers, shrimp Alfredo, or spicy Alfredo. Thigh high and maple fly. Chicken and waffles.
Yeah, they got chicken and waffles.
In the stream. We're done. This is amazing. We're done. See you tomorrow night.